bringing back the grainy video games. I remember watching my brother do that for hours. Mortal Kombat.
Oh, same.
Terrible.
Same. We had like Nintendo 64 and all that good stuff too. And I would always be like the last one to get to play because all my older siblings, they had priority. So I was like, play for me. And then by the time I wanted to play, no, they were like, we don't want to play anymore.
For us, it was like
Memories.
Texas Instruments. It was like Pong. The ball just went back and forth and back and forth. Bye, everybody.
Thanks for
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us 11 o'clock on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to give you a live look right now in Tampa. This is the Valdez Auditorium inside Tampa General Hospital, where any minute now we are expecting to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier, who's going to be joined by the Agriculture Commissioner Wilton Simpson, State Representative Dean Black, as well as Dr. Joseph Ladapo, the Florida Surgeon General, and the president of Tampa General Hospital, expected at this news conference. Unclear what they are expected to talk about. They're expected to talk about some sort of crackdown on drugs that can be found, these what they call kind of gas station drugs, legal supplements, things kind of taking advantage of some of these loopholes and that kind of thing. So we're expecting to hear more about that at this news conference any minute now in Tampa. We will get you there live as soon as it begins. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, hope folks are enjoying this heat and humidity because it's going to be sticking around.
Yeah, this is Florida, right? But this has been unusual. We've had a southwest flow, and one symptom of that is this beach shot. This is Daytona Beach, which looks more like Lake Michigan. Check this out. It's completely flat. I mean, there's a few ripples coming in, but it's incredible. The southwest flow is when you have a flow coming from the Gulf to the Atlantic, and usually it's the other way around. Usually it comes from the Atlantic blowing out toward the Gulf. And while it's still a warm flow for us because it's summertime wind direction, it's not quite as humid, it's not quite as hot. But when it's coming from the Gulf, it's warmer and more humid than normal by a factor of some 5 degrees Fahrenheit, and what could be a matter of 20 or 30% chance relative humidity. And that's the recipe not just for dangerous heat, but also for some heavy storms each afternoon. That's why the Atlantic coast has had a bounty of downpours over the last couple of weeks. It's really been good for drought relief, but in the meantime, on the Gulf side, they've had almost...
Brooks, we'll check back in with him in a little bit. Let me get you live to Tampa right now, where Attorney General James Uthmeier just walked to the podium. Let's go ahead and listen in as he begins this news conference.
Continue to be the best state in the country to raise a family. I'm honored to be joined here this morning by Commissioner Wilton Simpson, Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. We've got the great Dr. Joseph Ladapo, our state Surgeon General. I've got Melissa Golumbek, who's president of Tampa General, executive vice president at the Florida Health Sciences Center. Dr. Corey Howard joins us again, who is the associate medical director for the Florida Poison Information Center of Tampa. He also is an assistant professor at USF Health, Morsani College of Medicine. We've got Dr. Thomas Nappy, who's the medical director of inpatient addiction medicine at USF TGH. He's also an associate professor of emergency medicine at USF. He's also a medical toxicologist with the Florida Poison Information Center here in Tampa. We've got Representative Dean Black from our Florida House of Representatives, 15th District. And then we have Patty Wheeler here, who's a mother and who lost a son due to a kratom concentrate product, and I'll let her share her story. Not quite a year ago, we issued an emergency rule rescheduling 7-OH, which is a chemical extract from the kratom plant where they remove and highly concentrate a product, selling it on the shelves, a product that our chemists have analyzed can be as potent as 13 times or more potent than morphine. We rescheduled this, making it unlawful to sell this. Gas station morphine, as we called it, was found in 7-Elevens and stores, retail stores up and down the state, on shelves next to candy bars, snacks, at the fingertips of children. Since 2013, Florida medical examiners have linked at least 587 overdose deaths to 7-OH and related chemical compound drugs. This is not going to be tolerated in Florida. We do everything we can to protect our kids, from busting child predators, where we've taken down almost 1,800 in the last year, to litigating against social media platforms that have exposed and harmed our kids, to going after these illicit drugs that are smuggled into our country, many from overseas adversaries like China, killing our kids from within our country. It is a new form of warfare, and in Florida we will continue to fight back. After we launched the first rule, we did have some positive impacts. We were able to shut down a lot of these dangerous drugs. I'll let Commissioner Simpson talk about the great work his team did taking down and busting these criminals. But the reality is, evildoers will try to skirt the system. They will try to dodge, deviate, and come up with new ways to profit over public safety. So our new rule, which will drop today, is going to expand. We are going to make sure that new chemical compounds that are being used to blend or substitute 7-OH derivatives will be included. Products like MGM 15 and 16, metrogenine pseudoxyl, 9-hydroxychloromethodine, and 7-acetoxymetragenine, among others, will be included. No, I am not a chemist, but I am a prosecutor, and if you violate our rule, we are going to make you pay for it. You could be looking at up to 30-year prison sentences, and believe me, we will be looking to make some examples out of bad actors. So the new rule will, and again, we will publish this where you can read it for yourself. The new rule will implement some new criteria. Number one, no product may contain more than 1 milligram of these dangerous chemicals per gram, and this will be 7-OH and related concentrates. Number two, any product containing any amount of 7-OH or a related compound must also contain at least 100 times more regular metragenine by mass. What this is doing is preventing these super concentrated chemical compounds that lead to morphine-like opiates at the fingertips of kids. We're not going to stand by and let our kids suffer. A year ago, we acted quickly, first in the nation, after the U.S. FDA issued a health advisory for 7-OH. We've since had similar advisories here in the state, and we've seen in other 5 or 6 states across the country citing severe adverse health consequences for young people step up and issue restrictions of their own. So today we issue a new rule based on new evidence, new broader expansions to protect our kids, and we will look forward to enforcing it. So with that, I will turn it over to Commissioner Wilton Simpson, America's commissioner here.
Thank you, Attorney General. And, you know, the Department of Agriculture has a very large consumer services division. And we were standing here a year ago, and I believe even prior to that, talking about the hemp-related products that they're getting after our children with, which was banned by the Florida legislature a few years ago. Since that banning, we've removed over 1.7 million packages of hemp-laden product, and we've also endured several lawsuits, which we have proud to say that we have won those lawsuits protecting our children. A year ago, the Attorney General issued an emergency order on 7-OH. We've been proud to be a partner in that effort. We've removed over 23,000 packages of 7-OH, illegal 7-OH, in the last year. And in addition to that, we issued our own rule, making it very clear that we want proper labeling on this package. If adults are using kratom products for medicinal purposes, they need to know what they are receiving. And our people are, and we have hundreds of these folks that are inspecting every day, are out looking for these products every day. This is a tragedy when our society can have one different compound or one different chemical and make it a completely different product that are killing people in our society. And I want to put everybody on notice. We're going to go after all of these products, and we really appreciate the Attorney General's efforts here to make sure that we're safe. I know the legislature has looked at that this year. They're going to look at it again next year. You'll hear in a few minutes about those efforts. But the Department of Agriculture is going to continue to protect society and protect our children from these dangerous drugs. So thank you, Attorney General, for your great work.
All right, Dr. Latipo, come on up.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here in Tampa General, here again with our Attorney General. So it was, as he was saying, it was a year ago when we were here with the former FDA Commissioner, Dr. Marty McCary, and our Commissioner was here, and other members of the team were here to talk about what we were doing in Florida, thanks to James, and what the FDA was doing about 7-OH. So, it's I really appreciate what James is doing here, and I feel like it's important first to just to note that this isn't about kratom. Some people will try and conflate restrictions on 7-OH with some war against kratom, and I want to be clear that I don't feel that way. I don't think that's the intention at all, and it's not the outcome of this this new rule that the Attorney General is talking about. Now, kratom. No, so anyone who knows me now knows that I'm a big believer in really, if you call it, non-pharmaceutical methods of sustaining your health, and and the things that people use kratom for, could more people be going on walks, exercising, spending more time outside, meditation, doing other activities? Yeah, they could be doing those things to kind of help them to achieve whatever their goal is with using kratom. But at the same time, it's a product that's been on this earth and has been used probably for thousands of years, and it's generally been used safely. So the ability of people to use kratom if they want is not what this discussion's about. Rather, this discussion is about really predatory behavior, and that's what the Attorney General has described. And that's exactly what it is. This component of kratom that is it's a tiny proportion of kratom is concentrated, synthesized, and it has opioid effects. It has other effects that aren't fully understood, and it's just an addiction game here. That is all this is. This isn't an attempt to, with kratom, oftentimes people are using it to aid their health in some way, and that's not the case here. 7-OH is really about addiction, and with manufacturers responding by trying to skirt the rules, it just emphasizes the fact, it just really underscores the fact that this is just about addiction and exploiting it for financial gain. That's all 7-OH is about. You add on the fact that these products are available, or have been in the past available, right at gas stations where kids are, in stores, and it's outrageous. So it's terrific that the Attorney General and Commissioner Wilton Simpson are taking steps to really restrict access to this, especially to young people, and I fully support it. I'm here. I'm glad that I could be here with the Attorney General to lend the Department of Health support for this policy move. So yeah, thank you very much. Thanks, James.
I'll add that here in Florida there are no 7-OH or derivative products that have been approved for medical treatments. That's something obviously that the legislature could do in the long run if there was clearly a need that the medical profession cited. But right now it is a highly concentrated opiate that is addicting people and taking lives. So next we will hear from Melissa. Come on.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. I am Melissa Golumbek. I serve as the Executive Vice President of Florida Health Sciences and the President of Tampa General Hospital. We are proud to be one of the nation's leading academic health systems, and together with USF Health, We are continuing to provide access to highly specialized care, world-class physicians, new innovation, and cutting-edge research. We are also thrilled to welcome today our Attorney General, Commissioner, and our Surgeon General at Tampa General. Under your leadership, Florida is leading the nation in cracking down on opioid use. Too often we see in our emergency room patients coming through experiencing overdose. With access to 7-OH at every convenience store, we are having teens purchase this without understanding the true addiction and the highly lethal ability that this drug has. Under the Attorney General's executive order and Commissioner's enforcement, Florida will continue to lead the way and remove these substances from our shelves for our children. By doing this, we not only help the people of Florida, but we are saving lives. Thank you all for your leadership. Thank you for what you are doing, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Dr. Howard?
Good morning. Hello, I'm Dr. Corey Howard. I am an emergency medicine physician at Tampa General. I see this firsthand. I work through the USF Department of Emergency Medicine, but I'm also a board-certified medical toxicologist, and I serve as the Associate Medical Director at Poison Control here in Tampa. In recent years, we've seen a rising trend of exposure to these 7-OH products. In the first 4 months of 2026, Florida Poison Control has already received 95 cases of calls of 7-OH and other derivatives. At this pace, we're going to surpass our last year's numbers. What's really shocking is that it is a wide range of demographics that get exposed to this, male and female, and everything down as far as 3 months of exposure to 97 years old. 7-OH is generally sold at convenience stores, gas stations, and vape shops, and it is widely available in a variety of consumer-friendly formats, including gummies, tablets, capsules, drink mixes and shots, teas, and concentrated liquid extracts. 7-OH is deliberately designed to hide its dangers. It's often labeled natural or made from a botanical extract. It's marketed as a remedy for pain and anxiety, and it appeals to children with bright packaging and fruit flavors. Fortunately today, our state leaders, General Uthmeier, Commissioner Simpson, and Dr. Ladapo, have taken action to remove these products from the shelves, and it is really important to continue this emergency rule and enforcement to keep our Florida families safe and from harm. I appreciate what you guys are doing, and specifically expansion of the new derivatives as well, because we are seeing those pop up a lot. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Nappy?
Hi, I'm Dr. Nappy. I'm an emergency physician here, and I'm also a medical toxicologist and an addiction specialist. I serve as the medical director for inpatient addiction medicine, and I think this is a really great team that's come together, a group of leaders that's really has a great intention at heart of protecting our community and our families. And, you know, people have turned to Kratom over the years, as has been said already, as a form of trying to assist with your health. People look to it for pain remedies, for even trying to come off of opioids. They perceive it sometimes as a safer alternative. And what we've been seeing over the years is these concentrated forms and even strange doses of kratom itself, where these products become more potent, they become more dangerous, they become much more addictive. And whereas folks think they're getting into something that they might think is relatively safe, they are finding themselves suffering from severe dependency, severe tolerance in just a couple of days. And overdose and death is a very real risk. So people tend to sometimes need more and more of it. They find themselves struggling, trying to keep up with these addictions, these cravings, these withdrawals, and they do need help. They come to us for help quite often. They're very much suffering from the dependency and the withdrawal and the pain that's associated with that, the tremors, the hypertension, the elevated heart rate, the severe anxiety, sometimes even seizures. And they require some intensive support to come off of this stuff. Prescription medication assisted therapy is oftentimes necessary, but I think what's really important today is that we're taking steps for education and prevention and regulation so that we could avoid some of these problems up front and protect our families and our community. And if there are folks out there who are suffering and they're looking for help, there are resources. There's the crisis hotline, which you could just text 988. There's also the National Help Hotline, which is 1-800-662-HELP. And there's also your local emergency departments and mental health centers that are willing to help you and looking forward to caring for you. So I'm really happy to be a part of this. I'm really grateful for all of our leadership here, and I think everyone's doing a fantastic job. Thanks.
I'll say here quickly, a lot of people often respond with, well, people aren't dying everywhere. You don't have kids dropping like flies everywhere with this. Why are you stepping in with emergency action? The last time we issued a rule, it was argued before us that we did not have sufficient evidence of child harm to move forward. I reject this entirely. It's not our job to stand back and wait to lose our little ones. Where we see evidence that is emergency in nature, it's our duty as officials to step in quickly and do the right thing. A lot of these chemical enhancements, this is new. It's only been going on the last couple years. We're not going to stand by and wait until a lot of people get hurt or lose their lives to step in and do the right thing. Representative Black.
Thank you, Attorney General. I want to echo your sentiments that you just eloquently expressed. We're gathered here today, and the people behind me are gathered here today because we face a true public health emergency. People are dying, and people's lives are being ruined. And it is not our duty to allow that to become as bad as it can possibly be. Attorney General, thank you for knowing how to recognize an emergency and how to act with alacrity when faced with one. That is what we're doing here today. But we also must make permanent the changes in temporary emergency rules. And the Florida legislature is going to give due attention to this. And I know that there are many powerful interests on both sides of this equation. We will make sure that we craft this responsibly. We will talk with the Attorney General, with Commissioner Simpson, with the scientists gathered here with us, and with our Surgeon General. And we will do this with real wisdom. But make no mistake about it. Although there are special interests involved in this debate, the only special interest we should care about is public health and safety, and that is all that we will care about. The legislature will work diligently to land this law in the right spot because Florida leads, and other states will look to our example. We have to get this right because other states are going to follow us. And there are lives throughout the country that will be depending upon us. So we are going to do that work. It is an emergency. We have gathered with us a lady that I've come to know, Miss Debbie Wheeler, who lost her son. And you'll hear from her in a moment. But in the midst of her tragedy, she found courage. She found courage to carry this fight. I'm grateful that you're here, ma'am. I'm sorry for your loss. But I am grateful for your leadership and yours, Attorney General, because we will do a very good thing here. The first, second, and third priority is public health and safety. Thank you each for fighting for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate your note on how Florida leads. A year ago, we were the first state to take action in this dangerous space, and we were followed very shortly. Ohio, Alabama, Louisiana, Utah, Kentucky, and Texas also took action in one way or another to ban or restrict dangerous 7-OH products. Today, we take that even further. Now I'd like to have Patty come up. Losing a child is something that no parent should ever have to go through, and I have so much respect for her. I don't think I would be able to stand up here being in that situation, but I hope that there is some good that can come out of what happened through the protection and saving of other lives. So thank you, Patty.
Thank you. I want to see how Dean Black gets out of calling me Debbie. Well, let's see. Thank you for allowing me to be here today, and I just wanted you to see Wyatt. He was an incredibly handsome young man, just a beautiful soul inside and out. And I thank you all for having me here. Would you? Attorney General, Representative Dean Black from Jacksonville. My name is Patty Wheeler. I am an advocate for the awareness for dangers against kratom. I am also a documentarian, a film producer, and a children's book writer, author of a series that I created with my sons, Gannon and Wyatt, called Travels with Gannon and Wyatt. Unfortunately, the advocate and the documentary showed up after my son Wyatt, at 27 years old and attending business school at TCU, died after a kratom concentrate. Wyatt walked into a vape store 6 weeks earlier and purchased powder. He began taking that powder October the 6th when I saw him last on our vacation in Aspen. I asked him, "What is this?" I found it in his bathroom. I looked at it. Of course, as a mom, I looked it right up online, and I did not like what I was seeing. And he told me, "Mom, don't worry about this. This is just an herbal supplement, and I'm taking it because it's an alternative for alcohol for me. I believe it's safe, and it's no problem." And I said, "Well, you know, Wyatt, just do me a favor and don't take it right now. Let's do a little bit more research." So he said he wouldn't. And he didn't. Instead, he returned to Fort Worth in school, and by October 25th, just 18 days later, Wyatt died in his brother's arms, having a seizure from the concentrate, OPMS. I created a documentary to bring awareness to this, and it's called Kratom Side Effects May Include, and his brother named it. It's to request truth, transparency, and begging for informed consent. Because people deserve to know what it is they're putting in their body. They deserve proper labeling, they deserve honest information, and families should not find out about kratom when it's too late. At the time of Wyatt's death on October 25th, there were reported nearly 2 million users. That was in October. By 25, when the movie wrapped, there were an estimated 18 to 20 million. During that 2-year period of 2022 to 2024, I suspect by 24, 7-OH was on the market. And the addiction rate had skyrocketed, along with higher death tolls. But let's not forget the ones that died of pure powder and of the concentrate. We need to stop the killing, the overdosing, but most importantly, all this misinformation. Most importantly, the CDC reported 5,500 deaths between 2020 and 2024. That is 5,500 that we know of that were reported. But unless the families asked for a kratom check at the time of death, it didn't get reported. There's a lot of conversation and smoking mirrors to deflect kratom conversation and protect the greed. The simple truth is if you remove kratom from many of these combined toxology reports, these people would be still with us. My son Wyatt died after using a kratom concentrate product, something that was 50 to 100 times more powerful than the powder he was taking. That loss changed my life forever. While the proposal before Florida focuses on 7-hydroxymetrazidine, my concern goes much further. I do not believe that Floridians should be a part of a nationwide experiment involving products that can be purchased in convenience stores and gas stations without the level of scrutiny that we expect from a substance that affects our bodies and minds. If a substance is safe, then the FDA should review it, regulate it, and determine the appropriate standards. If it is not safe, it should not be on the shelf. My position is simple. Public safety should come before commercial interest and greed. It is not our responsibility to put our gas station and vape store operators in pharmaceutical lab coats. I really appreciate the opportunity to share Wyatt's story with you today. I would give anything not to have to be here, but I know he's proud, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Patty, for your witness. I think it's important to point out to people at home, just because something's on a shelf in a store doesn't mean it's safe and legal to be there. I think that's something that a lot of parents lose track of. They think, oh, if it's here in this retail store, it must be okay. And we see this in the vape context, in the hemp context, and more, presently now in other synthetic products like 7-OH and its derivatives. So we need our legislature to step up and give us more tools to go out and ensure that products at the fingertips of our citizens here in Florida, not just kids, but especially kids, that those products are safe. And we need tools to step up, take action, and put away bad guys that want to endanger our citizens. I want to thank Commissioner Simpson for his role in going after these harmful substances and taking them down in large quantities. He's got a broad portfolio, but nevertheless prioritizes this because it does save lives. Thanks to the Surgeon General. Thank you to our medical professionals for helping us with public safety. Thank you, Representative Black, for your leadership here. Florida must continue to lead on challenging issues like this. And Patty, thank you again for being here and the strength to come tell your story. So with that, we'll publish the rule today. I'm happy to take some questions. I won't get into the nuances of the rule, again, because I don't want to embarrass myself with chemical compounds. We did indeed work with chemists and our prosecutors in crafting something that will save lives, and I'll point you directly to that today. With that, if there's any other questions, we got time for a couple.
Attorney General, first of all,
a few, and as a lawyer, that's a compound question, is a violation of the rules of evidence, but I'm not surprised with you, no. Let's start with one. We'll see where we go from there.
The first one is just how slippery has this industry been and these gas station operators been in changing the substances to go around the rules that you are creating?
So I'll start by saying the question is how slippery, has the industry been to try to evade our rules? Slippery. But I will say at the outset, we did see significant exodus of products and businesses after we initiated the first rule. So it did do a good job. That said, I think people that make tens of millions or more on this, which is what these retailers appear to be making, they're going to dodge the rule. They're going to try to keep making that money, and we continue to see the adverse health consequences, more so even last year with the new rule in place. That's the statistical data we just heard. So we've got to do more. We've always got to stay one step ahead of them, and when it comes to emergencies that endanger our kids, we will do that. All right, second question.
Forgive me, I just want to ask about another topic. It's been reported alligator Alcatraz this morning is frozen permanently. A, can you confirm that? And B, can you look back on this investment that the state made and say that it was worth it?
The questions about Alligator Alcatraz, which is reported to be closing, I'm not the proper official to confirm that. I do know that the people that were being brought in for detention, that number was going down. That was always to be expected. I think Alligator Alcatraz actually stayed open longer than it was intentionally planned. When it was first conceptualized, the federal government had not yet devoted money and resources towards immigration enforcement. There, the state of Florida, seeing the very dangers of an open border, stepped up quickly, working with the sheriffs who were having detention capacity issues, set up a site that was appropriate, with a long runway to engage in proper deportation flights. Now that the federal government is resourced and standing up its own mission, using its own authorities, it is no longer necessary, and the plan has always been to protect the Everglades and take it back to a protected area where it's not, a commercial business and airport. So I anticipate you'll probably be able to get that confirmation from somewhere else. I will say it was never expected to be a long-term thing. On the topic of immigration, though, I want to point something out. When I took this job a year and a half ago, I traveled across the state to meet with law enforcement and understand what are the greatest challenges facing our state. And I heard fentanyl, 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 fentanyl. Everybody was petrified of fentanyl. I'm talking a year and a half ago. It is creeping into households and families that are not based on drug abusers, that have not had exposure to hard narcotics, but it was being laced in lesser drugs and finding its way into every community in the country. In just a year and a half, our fentanyl cases are down over 70%. The fentanyl death rate is down almost 50%, and we're still gathering, more recent data in the first part of 2026. It is hard to find fentanyl in this state right now because we shut down the border. It was coming in from the southern border, a lot of it being trafficked in through the cartels. Much of it you could trace all the way back to China, a new type of warfare to go after our young people and take their lives. So I want to thank the Trump administration for shutting down the border, our great legislature and law enforcement for giving us new tools, enhancements to put people away for much longer if they were connected to a large-scale fentanyl sale. So it's been a good result. Any other questions?
Miss Patty, can we get you to come up, please, for us? And can
Are you all right with that? You want me to be your lawyer here? Why don't you say the question and then I'll figure out if she...
Oh, yes, we just wanted her to...
Oh, the pictures? If you're comfortable with that, go ahead.
Yeah. So much medical talk, and yours is the heartstrings. Your story pulls the heartstrings. Is there anything else that you just feel comfortable sharing about your son, Wyatt? Maybe a little bit more about who he was and, how his loss is just going to forever be missed.
Well, I think that there's a saying that I used to hear all the time, and it was, you never want to be a part of a club. And I heard that, and I just felt so much sadness for the people that were in that club, but had never in a million years imagined to be a part of that club. Wyatt was the friend that everyone wanted to have. He was beautiful. He was the kind of person that if he had a cell phone and you had a cell phone, but you were at a meeting or talking with him, it never came out. You had his 100% undivided attention. He loved the mountains, and he loved all of his friends. I had probably 20 boys that all hung out at our ranch every weekend and all summer long, and they loved each other. They had a brotherhood. This was a strong brotherhood, and I'm very grateful to those young men now because they really protect and take care of Gannon. It must have been horrific what Gannon witnessed, and I think out of the whole experience, just knowing that he was the one with Wyatt when he died alone, it just tore me apart. And no, I'll never forget it. I can't replace your child, especially you teach your children, look both ways, watch out, don't go to a city and wear flashy jewelry, stay, always be mindful of what you're doing. You pray to God they don't have to go to war. Of course, you never want to see them get sick of something terminal, and you prepare for all of that, but you just don't ever prepare for them to walk into a gas station and buy something that they can die from or that they can become hopelessly addicted to. And there are so many things in there now that are not the concentrate and that are not the 7-OH. And I will say that our film dives heavily into many of these circumstances of people that are having massive addiction to little bottles that look beautiful. They're blue, they're feel free, feel free, it's so great. And they'll buy one, and then a week later they're buying 5 and 6 and 10 and 14, and they're $20 a bottle. So it happens fast with all of it. And I just know that these laws that we're trying to pass right now definitely is the right direction, but I think we're going to have more work to do.
Doctor, can you describe how quickly and how you're able to identify if someone is addicted to this or someone is presenting at the ER with these kinds of, overdoses and what it looks like from your perspective?
Do you want to take the addiction question? Or?
Sure.
So folks who are coming in, and a lot of them are self-identifying and realizing that this was really a bad decision, something that they shouldn't have gotten involved in. Those are probably the luckier folks, because there are also people who are overdosing and we're identifying them. They look just like an opioid overdose. But in terms of getting them to treatment, those both are opportunities where if we are able to intervene and prevent a death, we're able to counsel them and have discussions and encourage them to engage in treatment. But there are a good amount of people who are self-identifying and saying this was really bad, and they're experiencing just agony trying to stop using it. So that's really the two kinds of scenarios we're seeing with these folks.
Does Narcan work on 7-OH like it would an opiate?
Yeah, Narcan does work. It does. It is a very, very. It's essentially almost an opioid. It gets to the same receptors, so the Narcan does help.
Do you guys notice that cases go up in the summer with kids being out of school?
There's a lot of different factors that contribute to the fluctuations of the numbers we see, and I think that it's a risk to the whole population. We see numbers go up with kids sometimes. We see numbers go up with adults, even geriatric folks. And I think that the numbers are frequent enough where I help people on a daily basis. Even two today I'll be seeing in continuity of care who have come a long way. So I think that it's just across the population and everyone is vulnerable.
Ongoing discussion right now at this news conference in Tampa, hearing from a doctor. You heard from a mother who lost her son. We've also heard strong words from the Attorney General and others saying they're not going to stand back and wait. They're going to continue with these, rolling out these emergency rules, addressing some of these concentrates, 7-OH concentrates and other kratom products that they say need to be regulated in order to protect kids from. We've got to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. I want to let you know we are standing by for a court hearing. It's a virtual hearing out of Provo, Utah, where we're expecting to hear from the judge making a ruling in the Tyler Robinson case. He is the suspected shooter of Charlie Kirk. And there have been, we listened into one of the last evidentiary hearings for a little bit where attorneys, specifically the defense attorneys, were trying to make an argument that the death penalty should be taken off the table because of some comments that prosecutors made in the media regarding some of the evidence in this case. Now, prosecutors have said that they were just making comments to kind of correct the record and were not violating any sort of gag order or anything in place. So the judge today is expected to make a ruling and kind of announce that decision on whether the death penalty will be taken off the table in that case because of those comments. So we're expecting that to begin any minute now. We're monitoring that. We will get you to that when it begins. We are also keeping an eye right now on this scene in Cocoa Beach, where investigators have been on the scene for the last little bit, and we don't have many details. We know that police in that area are asking folks to avoid that area. Let me give me 1 second here, and I will pull up the exact area. It's in the area of 625 North Atlantic Avenue. We've seen a number of investigators and police cruisers on the scene. They say residents and visitors in that area can expect a significant law enforcement presence. We have seen that from these live images. They say the incident is contained, but they are asking folks to avoid that area so that officers can safely conduct their investigation. So we will keep monitoring this as well, and we'll bring you updates as we get information. Meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now, and Brooks, hope folks are enjoying this heat and humidity because it's going to be sticking around.
Yeah, this is Florida, right? But this has been unusual. We've had a southwest flow, and one symptom of that is this beach shot. This is Daytona Beach, which looks more like Lake Michigan. Check this out. It's completely...
All right, we'll check in with Brooks again in a little bit. Third time's a charm. With that, right now, I want to get you to this Tyler Robinson hearing where we await a decision from the judge on whether or not the death penalty will be taken off the table in the case of the suspected Charlie Kirk shooter. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Mr. Robinson, can you hear us? All right, good morning to you all. All right, I apologize for the slight delay. There was a couple of last minute things I needed to do as it relates to this case, so I appreciate your patience. I know your time's important, and the court respects that. And before we begin, counsel for the state, could you provide a brief status update regarding discovery?
Yes, Judge, I'll ask Ryan McBride to do that for the state.
We just, I think it was just late last week, we provided 12 additional files. I think that's a duplicate share. That was reports from the ATF labs. That brings our total back up to approximately 100% of what we have has been shared.
All right, thank you. All right, and anything, does the defense need the benefit of the record as it relates to that issue?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Turning to defense's motion for order to show cause. The parties submitted additional briefing on June 17th and June 18th, with the most recent filing being received at approximately 9:21 on June 18th. The court intends to consider all briefing and arguments submitted by the parties before rendering its decision in the interest of justice and to ensure the constitutional rights of all parties upheld. Because the most recent submissions were filed shortly before the anticipated ruling, the court requires additional time to complete its thorough review. The court recognizes the importance of the issues presented and will issue its decision on a schedule that will be announced at the conclusion of today's proceedings on the remaining matters. And those remaining matters are the defendant's motion in limine to preclude the utilization of Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution and Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence to sanction the admissibility of hearsay evidence to establish probable cause at the preliminary hearing and defendant's application for certification for attendance of an out-of-state witness and state's motion to quash subpoenas. And so the court will issue its ruling first on its motion in limine. And I'll be reading from the order that I intend to upload on the docket later today. In his motion in limine to preclude the utilization of Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution and Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence, defendant Tyler James Robinson seeks an order preventing the state of Utah from relying on hearsay to establish probable cause at his upcoming preliminary hearing. The motion was fully briefed. The court heard oral arguments on June 12, 2026. Now, being fully advised of the premises and relevant legal authorities, the court hereby respectfully denies the defendant's motion for the reasons set forth below. In Utah, the primary purpose of the preliminary hearing is limited to determining whether probable cause exists. And counsel, as I have done in the past, I will omit the citations, and that will be in the full order that's uploaded. Although the preliminary hearing is a critical stage of the criminal process, it is not a trial and does not involve a determination of guilt or innocence. And let's see, I'm sorry, I lost my place. The court does not understand this principle to mean that constitutional protections are categorically inapplicable at a preliminary hearing. Rather, because a preliminary hearing serves the limited purposes of determining whether probable cause exists, The scope and operation of a particular constitutional protections must be evaluated in light of that purpose. Accordingly, the court addresses defendants' constitutional arguments individually while recognizing that the procedural safeguards required at a probable cause determination need not mirror those required at trial. Defendant raises several constitutional objections to that conclusion. Defendant argues that permitting the state to establish probable cause through hearsay evidence violates his rights under the 4th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution, as well as separation of powers principles. Of the constitutional rights defendant seeks to fully invoke at the preliminary hearing, Utah courts have directly addressed the application of only one, the right to confrontation. The court recognizes that defendants' constitutional concerns are substantial and warrant careful consideration. Nevertheless, the court's analysis is guided by a limited function of the preliminary hearing and the governing precedent interpreted in Article 1, Section 12. In State v. Timmerman, the Utah Supreme Court determined that full application of a defendant's right to confrontation is necessary at trial, but not at the preliminary hearing. The Timmerman court reached this conclusion after comparing the different purposes of the two proceedings. That court recognized under the amended language of Article 1, Section 12 of Utah's Constitution, a defendant at a preliminary hearing faces only a probable cause determination that is subject to a significantly lower burden of proof, whereas at trial, that same defendant faces a determination of his guilt or innocence that must be established beyond a reasonable doubt. Considering the distinction between the issues and the purposes of the two proceedings, the Timmerman court.
We are continuing to listen in right now to this virtual hearing in Utah where Judge Tony Graff is reading a ruling right now about hearsay evidence in the preliminary hearing, denying the defense's motion on that. We still expect a decision soon, an announcement on whether the death penalty will be taken off the table for some of the prosecutor's remarks. We are going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now at this scene in Cocoa Beach that we have been watching. Just want to give you a quick update. We still don't have details right now, still working to learn more about what is happening here, but did just moments ago see someone in handcuffs loaded into a police cruiser. So we, again, are still working to learn more. This has been an active police scene throughout the morning. Let me see here. I'm just double checking for any updates on this right now from Cocoa Beach Police. They have been warning people to stay away. This is on North Atlantic Avenue, 625 North Atlantic Avenue in that area. They've been telling folks to stay away. We did see someone before someone was put in handcuffs outside one of the buildings there with their hands up. And then they were handcuffed and just moments ago loaded into one of the police cruisers on the scene. So again, we are working to learn more details about this incident. We'll keep you up to date right here on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, though, I want to get you back to this virtual court hearing that we're listening in on as Judge Tony Graff reads from his rulings about several defense motions. This is a virtual hearing in the Charlie Kirk murder case. Tyler Robinson, the suspect, appearing virtually in this hearing. And we're hearing several rulings from the judge, the last one denying a motion that would block some hearsay evidence in the upcoming preliminary hearing. That preliminary hearing is where we could get a much better idea of some of the evidence against Tyler Robinson in this case. Now, the defense attorneys have also been trying to sanction or been asking for the judge to sanction prosecutors for some of the comments they've made in this case, some of the public comments that they have made in the media. And so that could take the death penalty off the table. That is something that the judge is going to be deciding. Let's go ahead and listen in live as this hearing continues.
The weapon, disposed of clothing, and directed Mr. Twiggs not to contact law enforcement. Defendant seeks to compel Mr. Twiggs' attendance from Texas to provide live testimony. Defendant asserts that he intends to cross-examine Mr. Twiggs extensively concerning the reliability and credibility of his statements, his immunity agreements with the state and federal prosecutors, his state of mind, and the surrounding circumstances of the alleged offenses. When Mr. Twiggs' counsel declined to accept service of a subpoena, defendant sought this court's intervention to certify the out-of-state subpoena. The preliminary hearing is a fundamental procedural right under Article 1, Section 13 of the Utah Constitution, but its purpose is strictly limited to determining whether probable cause exists to bind a defendant over for trial. To prevail, the state must present sufficient evidence to support a reasonable belief that an offense has been committed and that the defendant committed it. Under Rule 7B of the Utah Rules of Criminal Procedure, the probable cause determination may be based in whole or in part on reliable hearsay. While Rule 7BA states that a defendant may call witnesses and cross-examine adverse witnesses, the right to subpoena witnesses is not absolute. Under Rule 14A2, the court may quash or modify the subpoena if compliance would be unreasonable. The Utah Supreme Court has repeatedly emphasized that a preliminary hearing is not a trial on the merits, but a gateway to the finder of fact. Consequently, the magistrate's role is not to weigh credible but conflicting evidence, nor to eliminate alternative inferences favoring the defense. Such tasks are reserved for the jury at trial. A magistrate may only disregard evidence if it is wholly lacking and incapable of creating a reasonable inference. Recently, in State v. Lopez, the Utah Supreme Court clarified the intersection between a defendant's right to call witnesses at a preliminary hearing and the court's authority to quash subpoenas. The court held that a subpoena compelling an alleged victim to testify at a preliminary hearing is unreasonable and should be quashed unless defendant demonstrates the subpoena is necessary to present specific evidence that is reasonably likely to defeat the showing of probable cause. Defendant argues that he has a constitutional right to compulsory process under the Sixth Amendment in Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, as well as a right to call witnesses under Rule 7B. Defendant contends that Mr. Twiggs is central, highly material witness whose testimony touches on nearly every charge and enhancement. Defense counsel argues that Lopez was specifically tailored to protect the constitutional rights of victims pursuant to the Victims' Rights Amendment, and because Mr. Twiggs is not a victim, Lopez does not directly apply. Defendant asserts that he must be permitted to test Mr. Twiggs' credibility, the circumstances of his immunity, and the reliability of his statement through live cross-examination. The state opposes the certification and moves to quash the subpoena. The state argues that the preliminary hearing are no longer discovery devices, having been strictly limited to probable cause determinations. Furthermore, the state argues that the Utah Constitution expressly permits the use of reliable hearsay at preliminary hearings, a practice which would be eviscerated if defendants could routinely subpoena the hearsay defendants. The state relies on State v. Schmidt and State v. Robinson to assert that credibility weighing at this stage is extremely limited, rendering defendant's stated goal of testing credibility immaterial to the probable cause analysis. Thus, the state argues the subpoena is unreasonable under Rule 14A2. The court expresses no opinion regarding whether the state ultimately will establish probable cause. The court addresses only whether the subpoena should be enforced based upon the party's current proffers. The proffered evidence, including statements that the defendant confessed to shooting, hid a rifle, changed clothing, and directed Twiggs to withhold information, is directly material to the elements of aggravated murder, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. If this evidence is presented at the hearing and evaluated under the governing preliminary hearing standard, which requires the court to view it in the light most favorable to the prosecution as required by State v. Schmidt, it would constitute evidence from which a magistrate could find probable cause if credited under the standards governing preliminary hearings. A central dispute is whether the standard established in State v. Lopez applies to Mr. Twiggs, who is a non-victim witness. Defendant correctly argues that Lopez arose in the context of a subpoena directed to an alleged victim and that the Utah Supreme Court's analysis was informed in part by the protections afforded under the Utah Victims' Rights Amendment. The court agrees that Lopez cannot be read without attention to that context. Victim status mattered in Lopez because the subpoena imposed burdens upon persons whom Utah law independently protects from unnecessary harassment, delay, and re-traumatization. Although Lopez arose in the context of a victim subpoena, its discussion of Rule 14A2 provides guidance concerning how courts evaluate reasonableness in light of the limited purpose of a preliminary hearing. The court need not decide whether Lopez's precise holdings extend to all non-victim witnesses. Even assuming it does not, the same Rule 14 reasonableness considerations identified in Lopez support denial of the requested certification under the circumstances presented here. The Lopez court emphasized several principles that are not dependent upon victim status. 1, a preliminary hearing is not a discovery device. 2, the Utah Constitution permits the state to establish probable cause through reliable hearsay. And 3, the magistrate's role is limited to determining whether probable cause exists, not to resolve ordinary credibility disputes or weighing competing evidence. Those structural principles apply regardless of whether the subpoenaed witness is a victim, an eyewitness, a cooperating witness, or other hearsay declarant. Accordingly, the court relies primarily on Rule 14A2 in the limited purpose of a preliminary hearing. The court references Lopez only because of its discussion of reasonableness informs that analysis. Whether Lopez formally governs subpoenas directed to non-victim witnesses need not be resolved to decide the present motion. The court's ruling does not depend upon extending Lopez beyond its facts. Rather, Lopez is persuasive authority regarding the application of Rule 14A2's reasonableness requirement, while the court's holding rests independently upon Rule 14A2, Rule 7B, and the limited functions of a preliminary hearing. The court also considers defendants' constitutional arguments. The Sixth Amendment in Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution protect a defendant's right to compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor. That right remains important at the preliminary hearing stage, but operates within the procedural framework governing probable cause determinations. Accordingly, the relevant question is not whether defendant may compel Mr. Twiggs' testimony at trial, but whether the proposed testimony is necessary to present evidence reasonably likely to defeat probable cause at this preliminary hearing stage. The court recognizes that compulsory process serves interests distinct from confrontation and discovery. Nevertheless, at the preliminary hearing stage, those interests must be evaluated within the procedural frameworks governing probable cause.
The judge continuing to read his ruling about some upcoming testimony that's expected in the July preliminary hearing from Lance Twiggs, who is the roommate and romantic partner of Tyler Robinson, who, as we reported just last week, was given limited immunity for a statement, and now this discussion over some of the testimony that might be used in the upcoming preliminary hearing. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're continuing to monitor that and also that scene in Cocoa Beach right now as we wait for more details and work to get more details coming in on that. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back inside this hearing where the judge was just discussing while we were in break, getting ready to come back from it, the immunity agreement referencing that roommate and romantic partner of Tyler Robinson, who is expected to testify in some way or could testify in some way in that preliminary hearing set for next month. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Present record that the state's proffer would become wholly lacking or incapable of supporting a reasonable inference of probable cause under the standards governing preliminary hearings. The court recognizes impeachment evidence may, in an appropriate case, undermine probable cause where it demonstrates the state's evidence is so unreliable, internally inconsistent, or otherwise deficient that no reasonable inference supporting probable cause remains. In such circumstances, impeachment evidence may do more than merely challenge credibility. It may negate the evidentiary foundation necessary to support bind-over. Defendant has not made that showing here. The anticipated examination concerns matters that would generate competing credibility inferences rather than eliminating the reasonable inferences supporting the state's showing. Nothing in this ruling should be understood as creating a categorical prohibition against subpoenas directed to non-victim witnesses at preliminary hearings. The court concludes only that the defendant's present proffer does not identify testimony reasonably likely to negate probable cause under the circumstances presently before the court. The court also notes that the defendant seeks compulsory process through the interstate witness certification procedure, which imposes burdens upon a non-resident witness and a sister state court. While not dispositive, those considerations further inform the Rule 14 reasonableness analysis. Under the record presently before the court, the defendant has identified anticipated impeachment and credibility evidence, but has not identified specific testimony reasonably likely to negate probable cause. Given the limited purpose of the preliminary hearing and the state's ability to proceed through reliable hearsay, the court concludes that enforcement of the subpoena would be unreasonable under Rule 14A2. This ruling rests on defendant's present proffer and the record currently before the court. The court need not decide whether different circumstances, a different evidentiary showing, or a different category of witness would warrant a different result under Rule 14A2. The court's ruling is procedural rather than evidentiary. Nothing in the decision in the order should be construed as a determination regarding the credibility, reliability, weight, or ultimate admissibility of any witness, statement, or item of evidence that may be later presented. Those matters remain for determination under the governing standards applicable at the subsequent stage of the proceedings. So under findings, the preliminary hearing is limited to determining probable cause and is not a discovery device. The state is constitutionally permitted to rely on reliable hearsay to establish probable cause. The record presently before the court that the proposed examination is directed primarily toward credibility, bias, reliability, and impeachment rather than toward evidence likely to negate probable cause. Applying Rule 14A2's reasonableness requirement in light of the limited purpose of a preliminary hearing and the authorities discussed above, the defendant has failed to identify specific anticipated testimony that is reasonably likely to negate probable cause as distinguished from anticipated impeachment that would merely create competing credibility inferences. Therefore, enforcement of the subpoena is not warranted on the present record. Based off the foregoing analysis and findings, the court issues the following order. It is hereby ordered that the defendant's application for certificate of attendance of out-of-state witness is respectfully denied, and the state's motion to quash the subpoena is granted. It is further ordered that this denial is without prejudice and subject to renewal. Because probable cause determinations necessarily depend upon evidence actually presented, this denial is without prejudice. If the state's presentation materially differs from the proffer presented before the court, or if defendant can identify specific testimony reasonably likely to negate probable cause, defendant may renew the request. And that is the order of the court. And again, the court anticipates filing that at both of these today. And the filed order will be the controlling order in both of those issues. Now, I understand that there is another outstanding motion that was filed around the same time. I believe it was Thursday evening regarding the EMC electronic media in the courtroom. Does the parties anticipate when briefing will be completed?
Anticipates rely on his previous arguments with respect to the media's presence and the openness of this proceeding. Again, we encourage an open and transparent process that the citizens can follow, and so they can trust the process. So we do not anticipate filing a written response to that, and we'll rely on our prior arguments and submit it to the court.
All right. And does the defense want to be heard on that issue?
Your Honor, we filed our objection yesterday, so that is before the court.
All right. Well, what I hope to do is issue a ruling on that, as well as the order to show cause issue. and again, the parties, and namely the defendant, is entitled to that ruling before the hearing in order to properly prepare, and the court respects the time necessary to prepare from both sides and wishes to issue a timely order. Let's see if we can find a hearing date between now and the prelim. And again, in regards to the order show cause, just to help give some guidance, the court prioritized the motions that would affect the preliminary hearing. Not to say that the order show cause isn't important, but that does not weigh upon issues that could result in delay of the preliminary hearing. So I just wanted to offer that background in regards to the delay of that ruling. All right. Let's see. Today is the 22nd, and how quickly this month is passing. Let's see. Availability on, and I know my staff isn't aware of this date, but availability of the parties on this Friday at 8:30. Again, I'm trying to get a quick turnaround for you in respect of your time and preparation on a ruling on both of these issues, the order to show cause and the motion filed yesterday.
This date is available, Your Honor.
All right. And so I see Ms. Visser nodding her head. Ms.
Yes,
Nestor.
the defense, I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute. I was having trouble unmuting. The defense will be available, Your Honor.
All right. So June 26th at 8:30 in the morning. And the court anticipates starting promptly. Again, I apologize for today. There's always last minute edits that one has to make. And I'd rather be concise and on point than come in not exactly where I want to be. All right, so we'll plan on June 26th at 8:30 in the morning. And that leaves one last issue, and the court wants to put all parties on notice and and because this preliminary hearing will be open to the public, that the court is not allowing any electronics into the courtroom, not laptops, electronic devices, electronic watches, electronic or Google glasses or Android glasses, or however they want to be determined. The court is stating that for only the preliminary hearing, that any and all electronic devices must be left outside the courtroom, not just in your pocket. So no cell phones, laptops, tablets, electronic watches, any electronic recording device or electronic glasses will not be permitted at the courtroom. And if you have it, you will be turned away. And the reason for that is the court wishes to uphold the dignity and the civility and uphold the constitutional rights of all parties in this courtroom. And that is the best way the court sees to be able to do so. There will be a unique seating arrangement at the preliminary hearing to accommodate as much as the press and public that can be safely admitted, and for an orderly courtroom. And the court will advise all the parties as we begin those proceedings on what's in the decorum order, highlighting a few points, because all parties are entitled to be treated with dignity and respect within those proceedings, and the court will exercise all of its powers to ensure that that is done. So I just want to put that on the record. This does not apply to the attorney. So if you're worried like, oh no, I can't bring my laptop, absolutely. You can bring your laptop and your cell phones, because I know that communication and your reliance upon that is necessary in order to properly do your job. So as it relates to the public, to the press who are excluded, obviously is counsel on record for the parties and necessary court staff. And so I just wanted to put that on the record well ahead of the prelim, so there's no questions or concerns that may arise. Counsel, with that, is there anything else that this court can address today? And Mr. Burt, your mic is muted. All right, give it a try.
How's that?
That's perfect. I do that once a day, so I know how that feels.
Michael Bird for Mr. Robinson. Judge, in light of the court's rulings today, I do have one logistical issue I'd like to raise with the court, if I might.
Yes.
As the court might be aware, we have arranged to bring to the hearing 7 forensic witnesses. The state has identified a number of hearsay reports. I think they're exhibits 30 through 34 that they intend to introduce. And we in turn have arranged with the federal authorities to fly out from the East Coast 6 of those forensic examiners. And then we have a 7th examiner who resides in state. And in light of the court's ruling, I'm wondering if the court, and no, the state has been kept abreast of our attempts to subpoena these people. No objection to that testimony has been lodged so far by the state, but in light of the court's rulings today, I anticipate that there will be objections to the admissibility of those 7 forensic experts. And what I think would be in the interest of everybody, including the court's schedule, is if we could resolve the issue of whether those witnesses are going to be permitted either before the preliminary hearing or at the very latest after the state presents its prima facie case, because we will have those people ready to fly out. And if we can get a ruling from the court before that actually happens, we could perhaps shorten the hearing considerably and also alleviate the expense and inconvenience of flying 6 people from the East Coast. I have not had time to discuss this with the state, and I know the state had not heard the court's ruling until this morning. But in light of that ruling, I'm wondering whether the court could take up either on Friday or at some date before the preliminary hearing any objections the state might have to calling those 7 forensic experts.
All right. I appreciate you bringing that up, and to all parties, anything that we can bring up prior to the prelim serves us well in regards to time management. Turning to the state.
Judge, we're 2 weeks out.
This hearing continuing live right now, where we still waiting some decisions that will not come down today about the sanctions of the prosecutor and what that means for the penalties in this case. But we did hear a motion that denied the defense's attempt to block some of that hearsay evidence in the preliminary hearing. And one of the things that also impacts one of the judge's decisions today, denying a motion from the defense. They were hoping to be able to cross-examine the roommate and romantic partner of Tyler Robinson, who had a recorded statement that is expected to be part of the evidence in that preliminary hearing. The defense was hoping to cross-examine him, but you heard the judge talking about kind of the lower bar in a preliminary hearing when it comes to evidence and the need for probable cause as opposed to with beyond a reasonable doubt when it comes to the guilt phase of an actual trial. So we're going to take a break right now, continue monitoring this. They may be about to wrap up going through some logistical things ahead of the next hearing. Obviously, the main thing in this is that next preliminary hearing coming up in July, and that is what all of these hearings at this point are kind of pointing to and looking at issues regarding. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program with put Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. That virtual hearing we were monitoring has wrapped up as they were just working through some more logistical things ahead of their next hearing. So we'll keep you up to date on whenever that happens and some of the decisions that are still pending as we just discussed. Do want to give you a little bit of breaking news. Legendary music producer Clive Davis has died at the age of 94. He's responsible for really helping launch the careers of artists like Whitney Houston, Alicia Keys, a number of others. So that is some breaking news here. We are also monitoring this scene out of West Norriton Township, Pennsylvania. This is Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, about 20 miles northwest of Philadelphia. And you can see this large fire at a warehouse believed to be a factory where swing sets are built, and you can see firefighters are on the scene fighting that, spraying water on it from their ladder trucks. You can see another fire truck arriving right now, but just strong flames and black thick smoke billowing from that roof, which has collapsed, as you see, for much of that building. That one ladder continuing to extend as they are fighting this fire from all angles right now. And it appears, if that is correct, that this is a swing set factory, it looks like you can see some slides and some other equipment in the kind of fenced-in area outside that factory. So we're continuing to monitor this scene as well. Again, this is in Pennsylvania, where we are continuing to watch that scene to some crazy images coming in there. But let me get you live right now to Cocoa Beach, where we're expecting an update here on a situation that we've been tracking throughout the morning, where police have been on the scene North Atlantic Avenue. We have not had many details at all, but we've seen investigators on the scene. We have seen police warning folks to stay out of that area, and we're waiting to get some new details any minute now. This is with a lieutenant, it appears, with Cocoa Beach Police, Lieutenant Stanley, and so we are hoping to get some new information. We have heard from some witnesses in that area who also really did not have a lot of information. So let's go ahead and listen in here as this gets underway, hoping to shed a little more light on this scene that we have been tracking today in Cocoa Beach.
Stanley, common spelling on the first name. The last name is Stanley.
And can you just tell us what happened?
Yeah, approximately midnight this morning, the Cocoa Beach Police Department received a call of a subject armed with a firearm in distress. Took most of the night searching the area to make sure that everybody in the community was protected. The subject was located in his business approximately 4 a.m. this morning. Negotiations continued to 9 o'clock this morning, when we then called for the Rockledge and Cocoa Beach ERT team. It's a joint response team with both departments. Came, our officers set up a perimeter. We have a responsibility to the life of the public and the other businesses that were beginning to open around that time. After a couple more hours of negotiation, we then conducted a tactical maneuver to enter the building, and were able to safely take the subject into custody. Most important thing to say to our community, that at no time was there ever a threat to anybody in the community or any other business. And we're very thankful this morning for all of our businesses that were affected. Everybody, including the citizens in our community, as well as the businesses affected, really worked well with us in their patience and allowing us to work and do our jobs very safely this morning.
And we saw someone was taken into custody here this afternoon. Can you tell us anything about who this is or what they were taken into custody for?
Yeah, that is correct. It's an ongoing investigation, so I don't have that information. Our CID team is now on scene conducting their investigation now that the scene is safe. And as soon as we have that information, I'll be able to provide that to you. But I unfortunately don't have that at this time.
Was the report of the gunman, was he threatening others?
I don't quite have that. It does appear that he was threatening himself. He was an individual in distress. That's really all I know at this time.
What sort of challenges were you faced with when you guys arrived?
Well, anytime whether it's a home or it's a business, the floor plan is always a challenge. Trying to safely talk to the individual becomes a challenge, and I know that our crews did a very good job. Our ERT team got on scene and was able to successfully talk to the individual and was able to take him into custody safely.
Were any weapons found?
I don't have that information at this time, exactly what was found.
How was the window busted out?
As I said earlier, our ERT team had to make a tactical entry.
It sounds like you're very grateful that no one was hurt.
Very, very grateful for that. It's certainly a responsibility that we as police officers have, not just to the business owners, but also to each and every citizen that lives here and visits Cocoa Beach. So we're very, very thankful for the positive outcome.
So were some of the businesses not able to open this morning, or were some evacuated?
I'm not exactly sure at what time each business opened, but I do know that there was an evacuation of each business that would be affected in that surrounding.
I'm amazed that I don't know how busy it was because we got our well after it was over with, but I imagine it being summertime, is it challenging to keep the crowd away, out of harm's way?
No, that's why I'm very thankful for our public. They understood when they saw us setting up a perimeter. They understood that there was police activity, and I again want to stress and say thank you to our community for assisting us in that.
And you guys train for this constantly, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, we sure do. We're training. Both departments, Rockledge as well as Cocoa Beach, we're always training.
Thank you.
Anything else you want to add?
Where did it start again?
I apologize. I don't have that information on me. It started via a phone call to the Unified Communications Center through Brevard County, and then of course we were dispatched, and then that's when the search for the individual believed to be in Cocoa Beach at the time began.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Great.
Thank you all.
Yeah, you did really good.
It's not easy when it's sweating.
So the Cocoa Beach Police giving an update about an hours-long standoff that has come to an end, thankfully safely, in Cocoa Beach. Started around midnight with a call for someone who was armed with a gun and in distress. They said, to their knowledge, not necessarily threatening other people, but making threats to themselves. They said they found that person in their business around 4 o'clock in the morning. That led to, again, that standoff where tactical teams were called in to negotiate and be part of those conversations as well. This was something that was impacting some of the folks in that area of North Atlantic Avenue, and police had asked folks to stay away from that location throughout the morning. We have seen someone taken into custody for this. The police indicated in that interview that the person who they were concerned about was taken into custody, and we don't know the status, but the standoff has ended safely. That is the situation that we were following in Cocoa Beach, where we saw a very active police scene throughout the morning. Let me go ahead and give you another live look in West Norriton, Pennsylvania, where this fire continues to burn. at a factory. Let me pull that live bug down too. In West Norriton, Pennsylvania. Again, this is a swing set factory that is continuing to burn. We'll keep an eye out on this throughout the day and to let you know if we get any updates as well on this situation and where things stand with that fire. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, hope folks are enjoying this heat and humidity because it's going to be sticking around.
Yeah, this is Florida, right? But this has been unusual. We've had a southwest flow, and one symptom of that is this beach shot. This is Daytona Beach, which looks more like Lake Michigan. Check this out. It's completely flat. I mean, there's a few ripples coming in, but it's incredible. The southwest flow is when you have a flow coming from the Gulf to the Atlantic, and usually it's the other way around. Usually it comes from the Atlantic blowing out toward the Gulf. And while it's still a warm flow for us because it's summertime wind direction, it's not quite as humid, it's not quite as hot. But when it's coming from the Gulf, it's warmer and more humid than normal by a factor of some 5 degrees Fahrenheit, and what could be a matter of 20 or 30% chance relative humidity. And that's the recipe not just for dangerous heat, but also for some heavy storms each afternoon. That's why the Atlantic coast has had a bounty of downpours over the last couple of weeks. It's really been good for drought relief, but in the meantime, on the Gulf side, they've had almost no rain. I'll show you what's going on with that. But yeah, here's our southwest flow. It's light out of the southwest, about 5 to 8 miles an hour, but it's the southwest flow. And so our typical high of 91 will be more like 95 today. That happening at 4 p.m. We'll see about a 20 to 30% chance for rain. Those higher rain chances developing after 4 p.m. As far as the big picture goes, this does represent a lower chance for rain than we've seen in the past, thanks to the presence of some slightly drier air in the upper levels of the atmosphere. But it's all subtleties. The bottom line is that on this southwest flow, the air doesn't get unstable enough until it reaches about Claremont to form any rain. That's why Tampa, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers has been really struggling to catch any kind of meaningful rain. And meanwhile, we've been swimming through ponding on the roads once you get from Orlando points east just about every afternoon. And it's been just doggedly hot outside. 96 today in DeLand and in Leesburg. The feels like temperature will range from 105 to about 106, and that's not quite heat advisory criteria, but it's not far from it. And we may get back to that starting tomorrow, where the heat index hits about 108, which is that kind of magical threshold where it becomes not so magical. Yeah, we've got a quiet Fox 35 storm tracker radar at this midday hour, but we'll see this afternoon in just a matter of the next few hours. Clouds building and a couple of isolated downpours developing. Maybe by 2 o'clock we have a downpour on the 408. We'll see how that goes. Some sometimes it's hard to pinpoint exactly where these will form, but it gives you a general idea of the zone in which they'll form. And you'll notice one place they're not forming is here along the Gulf Coast. Do you see that? It's very conspicuous how they're not there on the Gulf Coast. And putting this map in motion, you can see how Orlando through 6 p.m. will get a lot of rain. That's the map right at 6 p.m. And it could be a wet commute for a lot of us. But zooming out across Florida, you know, we may get lucky around Fort Myers and Port Charlotte with some storms, but Tampa, not much of anything, and they really need it. So they're actually starting to take it personally. If you follow some of their local weather people on social media, I mean, it's all in jest, but they're making let's just say shots across the bow. I think that's the word I'm trying to the phrase I'm looking for. Yeah, they're resenting us. They're taking it personally as if we're stealing their rain and stealing their thunder. Well, we are. 30 to 40% chance for rain in the yellow zone today, and meanwhile, the Tampa Bay region sees very little. By the way, I found this stat to be interesting. I did a little deep dive into some research. And Garrett, do we have a minute?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So over the last 31 years, I went back to 1994. We, in the summer, average maybe one, often no, heat advisories during the year. It gets hot in Florida, but not quite hot enough to warrant a heat advisory. It has to get to at least 108 degrees. Well, we saw 3 of them in 2009. We saw 2 of them in 2010, and then had a string number of years where we didn't have any. And then all of a sudden, look at 2023. We had 25 of them. That's incredible. That's a statistical anomaly. And it's statistically significant because the following year, 24, we had 18. And then 2025, last summer, we had 14. And this year, we've had 2. But those 2 happened before summer even officially began, and obviously 2026 is the summer's only just started. We're only on day 2 of the summer, so we're on track to have another summer with an unusual amount of observed heat advisories each year. And so, what is going on? Well, the baseline of temperatures in Florida has risen about 1 degree Fahrenheit since 1950, and we may be at that point where we're crossing that threshold where instead of hitting 106 or 107 for the feels like temperature, that heat index, we're hitting a 108 or 109, and then that triggers the heat advisory and we're off to the races. So it's interesting to look at the long range patterns. If you think it's been a hotter than normal last couple of summers, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think the stunning thing to me on this graphic is that from 1994 to basically 2018, we had a total of 5 heat advisories. And then in 2023, we had 5 times the heat advisories that we had during 1994 to 2019. Or to 2018. I mean, that's incredible. Think about that. So anyway, just a side note, it has been hotter than normal. And one reason right now we're in this persistent flow and that we've had 2 heat advisories already, we had one on June 18th and June 19th, is this persistent southwest flow. There's something called a ridge axis. And the axis is this imaginary line that I've drawn from the high pressure over the Atlantic going straight across the Florida Keys. Usually that axis is north of us, sets up around Georgia. And that's just like a ridge. If you picture the atmosphere as a mountain range, there's like ridge tops. The axis is like kind of the ridge top. Like high pressure, it's a bubble, but it's not a perfect bubble. Sometimes it has like little bumps and ridges and all that stuff. And so one of those ridges sets up across Florida. And because it's south of Orlando and it's south of Tampa, our wind going clockwise around this high pressure zone, well, it gives us the southwest flow. And so we're tracking that high pressure axis to determine when we're going to get back to our normal southeast flow. And based on all of the indications, it may not happen until July. So we may have another 8 to 10 days of this at least, of what could be more heat advisories. And tomorrow and Wednesday is kind of a case in point. We're calling it a Fox 35 storm team alert for the heat because it looks like we're going to have a couple of our counties reaching that threshold of between 108 and 110 for the feels like temp, with high temperatures bouncing into the middle and upper 90s. Looking ahead, though, I mean, for all intents and purposes, every day is basically the same. We're going to be looking at highs between 94 and 96 and between a 30 and 50% chance for rain. So as far as designating one day as storm team alert versus another, I mean, they're probably all fair game at this point because it's going to be downright hot till we can break this southwest flow. But isn't it interesting how something like a Bermuda high pressure can have such persistent influence and set us up for a weather pattern that seems pretty unusual? I was talking to an old chief Met who retired. He was in the Tampa market for over 35 years. And he said in his experience, he still lives in Tampa, he's never seen the southwest flow go this long. Usually it's like 4 or 5 days and then it breaks. So there's going to be some research into what's causing that. What's making this ridge of high pressure so persistent? Could it be the building El Nino that changes the wind flow and all of that stuff? So a lot of questions.
Yeah, interesting pattern to be watching there. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us. Thanks for breaking that down for us.
You got it, Garrett. My pleasure as always. Thank you.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let me give you a live look right now in downtown Orlando. We'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. And I want to get you inside a Brevard County courtroom for a sentencing hearing earlier today in the case of the death of a 3-year-old, Joshua Manns, today sentenced to 60 years behind bars. He pleaded no contest last week to second-degree murder, aggravated child abuse, and child neglect. And again, this is a case out of 2021, the case of a 3-year-old, Jamison Nance, who is actually the son of his girlfriend, Erica Dotson. Investigators that believe that the two of them were abusing Jamison over an extended period of time. Dotson herself is also facing charges. A judge declared a mistrial in her case last year, and a new trial of hers is expected to begin July 20th. But again, Joshua Manns entering a no contest plea last year and today was sentenced.
Should have Ms. Manns on Teams. Ms. Manns, can you hear the court? Very good. Your microphone might be muted. If you wanted to, did you want to address the court?
Yes, sir. I just was wanting to read something. There are times things happen that we just don't understand. We wonder why God allowed it to happen, and the only thing we have to hold on to is our faith and hope and trust in God. My heart breaks for those who love Jamison. They are in my prayers. I didn't have the privilege of meeting him in person, but Josh and him would FaceTime me. He was the sweetest and most precious, loving little fella with the cutest little smile. I will always remember and cherish those conversations. my son, but he's not a bad person. He is a good young man. He's kind, intelligent, loving, giving, and has a funny sense of humor and so much more. I'm not just saying that because he's my son. I'm not that kind of mama. Anyone that knows me knows that. There are many other people who will tell you the same. We all are human, which means we're not perfect. We always make the wrong decisions, and we all have regrets. Some days when we spoke on the phone, I'd been having a bad day. He encouraged me and made me smile and feel better, even though I was trying to encourage him. He has always been like that. He's always been able to make me smile and others. I am honored to be his mama. We are proud of him. We will visit him and always be there for him. We always support him and help him in any way we can. We love him and always will. Family is always and forever. God bless you all, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. At defense, any other witnesses?
Judge would call code of man's.
Right. All right, good morning, sir. Can you go ahead and state your name for the record?
Name and Vance.
What would you like to share with the court?
I just wanted to say, I did have the opportunity to spend some time with James, and he was a sweet kid. He was always having fun. He liked playing with his toys, watching Paw Patrol. He was a good kid, and as a father, I can only imagine what he's going through. And I just want to say my prayers are with him too. And as for my brother, I've always known him, and he does have a good heart. And he's always been there for me as well. And I pray that we all heal from this. Hope that everyone knows I'll always be there. So.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, defense, any other witnesses?
Judge, no other witnesses.
State, any other witnesses?
No.
All right, Mr. Manns, I'm going to have you join your attorney at the podium, sir. Before I sentence, I do have a score sheet here reflecting 448 total sentence points. Any objection?
No, sir.
I'll accept the score sheet. Mr. Manns, I'm going to sentence you as outlined in the negotiated plea agreement with the state of Florida as to count 1 on the lesser included offense of second-degree murder. I will adjudicate you guilty. I'll sentence you to 60 years in Department of Corrections, less credit for time served. I'll order standard court costs, cost of prosecution, cost of defense, cost of investigation of $569.07 to the Brevard County Sheriff's Office. I'll order cost of investigation of $1,766 cost of investigation to West Melbourne Police Department. As to count 2, aggravated child abuse, I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 30 years in Department of Corrections, less credit for time served. If you're on concurrent with count 1, count 3, aggravated manslaughter of a child, I'll adjudicate you guilty. I'll sentence you to 30 years in Department of Corrections, less credit for time served, concurrent with counts 1 and 2. As to count 4, child abuse, I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 315 months in Department of Corrections, less credit for time served. And that count shall run concurrent with counts 1, 2, and 3. I'll order standard court costs on all counts, and I'm going to convert all monetary obligations to a civil lien. State, did I miss anything?
Just in exchange for the plea, the court accepting the plea, the state will shortly announce a notice of withdrawal of our notice of intent to seek it.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Pill, did I miss anything?
No, sir.
All right. Lastly, Mr. Mance, you have 30 days to appeal this judgment and sentence. If you get on for an attorney, I will appoint one to represent you. If you'd like to, sir. All right, court will be in recess.
60 years as part of that plea deal. We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A snorkeler was taken to the hospital after being bitten by an alligator. This happened over the weekend in the Rainbow River in Marion County. And joining us live now to talk about situations like these, how we can stay safe in the water, what we need to keep in mind here in Florida to coexist with many of these creatures and this wildlife that we have here. Pleased to be joined this afternoon by Dr. Frank Mazzotti, who's a professor of wildlife ecology at the University of Florida, joining us live now via Zoom. Dr. Mazzotti, thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Well, it appears that Dr. Mazzotti, we may have just lost him from the Zoom. We will try to figure out what is going on with that and get him back. We're going to go ahead and take a quick
reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We're working on getting Dr. Mazzotti back for you, hoping to chat with him again in a few minutes. Right now, though, I do want to get you to an interview where we had the chance to speak earlier today with DJ Bennett, who is a tennis player from Bellevue in Marion County. She was playing college tennis at Auburn University, and just secured a wild card spot into the main draw of the 2026 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to catch up with her right outside of practice earlier today.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I mean, me and my doubles partner, Ava, we were at a loss for words that night on Thursday. It's just a really cool experience to be able to say that we're playing in a Grand Slam. And it's, I think, a perfect way to end my college career, for sure.
And you and Ava, how long have y'all been doubles partners?
Just for this past season. Yeah, we hadn't played together before that. I had a different doubles partner pretty much every single year in college. But yeah, I mean, I've done the best with her. We got to number 2 in the country, finished number 3. So I've definitely had the best results with her. But I've also known her for a long time. I was at school when she was getting recruited. And of course, we've been on the team together for 3 years. So that also helps, just being really close with her. But yeah.
And what is it about you and Ava's game that kind of meshes the best and is leading to this incredible opportunity that you guys earned?
Yeah, I think the way that we both play in general, we're just really aggressive players. We're both tall and we have really big serves. So I think that's a good combination to have in doubles. And I think, yeah, it works really well for us, but also just keeping things simple and playing traditional doubles is all we need. I think a lot of the times when we go into matches, it's on our racket. So.
And living and growing up in Bellevue in Florida, I mean, when did your tennis journey kind of start?
So I started playing tennis when I was 11. I did competitive gymnastics before, and my dad had a conversation with me. He was like, "You're going to be too tall to play." I'm 5'10", so he's like, "You're going to be too tall to do gymnastics." So he switched me to tennis, and there aren't a whole lot of high-level players from Bellevue. There's a few from Ocala that have gone to D1 colleges and stuff. But growing up, I would hit with adult men. They were like the best level that I could get, and I ended up training down in Tampa for a while before going to college. So I got to hit with a lot more people my age and at my level there. So
do you enjoy practicing with people who are a little bit better than you?
Of course. I mean, there's no other way to get better. So you got to play with people who are better than you to get better. So.
And what was that training like in Tampa and Florida? Like what's different about training for tennis in Florida besides it being 120 degrees and disgustingly humid all the time?
Yeah, no, that's so true. The weather is definitely brutal, but I was homeschooled, so I pretty much was just doing tennis, playing tennis all the time. School was kind of my second pushed to the side a little bit, but I made it. I graduated, so yeah, just a lot of tennis, a lot of drills, a lot of playing, a lot of fitness as well. Just a whole part of the grind.
And you talked about your dad kind of having the conversation with you about gymnastics. Did your dad play tennis at a competitive level, or is he just into the sport?
Yeah, he didn't start playing tennis until he was in his 30s, but he's obsessed with the game. You know, he watches it more than I do. I probably need to work on that a little bit, need to start watching it a little bit more, but I'd rather play it than watch it. So yeah, but he was the one that got me into it. He was the one that coached me when I first started playing a little bit, and he knows my game the best. So I have a really good time, you know, talking to him after my matches and stuff. He sees the game unlike any other person I've ever met. So it's been really cool.
What kind of things does your dad see that maybe other coaches see in like a different light? Like, what's the difference of really having your dad be one of those big mentors and coaches for you?
Yeah, I mean, he's seen me and my tennis game grow since I was 11, for the past 10 and a half, 11 years. So he's seen me go through all the stages of playing, and he was the one that taught me how to hit a kick serve pretty much, which is a really important part of my game. I think that's something that a lot of girls don't have. And I think him just, knowing my athletic ability and what I can do, I think something that he said to me a lot is that he can tell me to do something one time and I'll get it really quickly. So being coachable in that way, I think he knows that about me. So that was really important for sure.
Yeah, I feel like growing up in sports, a lot of people either butt heads a lot with their parents as coaches, and some are more receptive. Have you and your dad always had this like really open back and forth, like good, solid coaching foundation?
No, it wasn't always like that. Definitely when I was younger, I was very stubborn. We had a lot of headbutting for sure. But as I got older and I matured more, like later into high school and of course in college, I've really enjoyed having more conversations with him about my game and stuff. But it was definitely not easy for him. So I'm glad he put up with me for a while, but yeah.
And then talk about your recruitment to Auburn originally. How did that kind of go about?
Yeah, so during my recruiting process, it was in the middle of COVID and I was also injured at the time. So I wasn't expecting to get very many recruiting calls at all, especially from top D1 programs. But the coach that was there at the time was very accepting of me and the injuries that I had and was willing to take me on no matter what. So that was a big reason of why I went to Auburn. And also, I don't think that anybody going to Auburn and visiting the school could leave saying that they don't want to go there. It's like an amazing place. And I'm so happy that I was able to spend all 4 years of my college career there. And the coaching staff that we have now and all the girls on the team that I got to spend my last 2 years with, the girls on the team all 4 years, they were just amazing. So I'm super grateful for that.
And what was the biggest difference in the college game for you versus like growing up homeschool and training? What was the biggest like wow moment for you?
Yeah, I think just playing girls who are grown up, you're basically playing women rather than like young girls. So definitely coming in as a freshman, it's more difficult if I'm, playing someone who's 21 or 22 coming in at 18. So that's definitely a big difference. But you see that on the pro tour as well. People of all ages play all the time. And there are a lot of girls who are really successful, like being so young. I know a lot of people who are younger than me that are, beating people who are way older than them. So it doesn't really matter about the age, but I think that's definitely a little bit of a shock, just playing against grown girls for sure.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most interesting things about tennis to me as a spectator. I mean, you see like girls like Coco Gauff at like 16 taking on like national opponents in their like 20s and 30s. I mean, how, to someone who doesn't really watch that much tennis, can you kind of explain how daunting it is to really play someone who's potentially up to a decade older than you in the US Open?
Yeah, I think it's definitely more of a mental thing as well. Of course, if I were to go out and play like a Serena Williams, that would be very intimidating. She's so experienced, but I think it's just more about the experience that you get from having more years of playing and stuff. And that's definitely something that I go into matches thinking about, at least if I'm playing someone who's younger than me. But I think it's also harder for the person who's older as well. You kind of put this pressure on yourself, like, oh, I'm older than them, I've been playing longer, I should beat them. So I think it's definitely more of a mental thing than a physical thing. But in both senses, it's definitely difficult and something to get used to. That's one of the hardest parts to think about tennis for sure.
So the US Open starts in August.
Mm-hmm.
It's June right now. What do the next 2 months of DJ Bennett's life look like?
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure that out still, come up with a good plan to have me and Ava prepared as best as we can before we head to New York. I had already had my summer planned out up until like the middle of July. So I'm going to Portugal actually to play a few tournaments there, and one of my old teammates lives there, so I'll get to see her and spend time with her and her family while also playing at the same time, which is going to be a really great opportunity. But after that, just figuring out what the best events are for me and Ava to hopefully get some more matches playing doubles, just getting more experience together. You know, we've already had a season of playing doubles together, so we have that under our belt, but just figuring out what events would be the best for us to play before we head over to New York.
And being a wild card, is that kind of like a chip on your shoulder kind of vibe, or is it more of just like a, hey, they don't know me, like I'm going to go out there and turn heads?
A little bit of both. I think we're going there. You know, it's just going to be really fun. I think the cherry on top of the cake for us, we weren't expecting to make it. Obviously, it's a dream come true that we're able to go, but we're just going to go and have fun, and whatever happens, happens. We're obviously going to do our best, and I think we do have a really good opportunity to do some damage there. But yeah, we're just going to go and live our best life.
When does like the bracket come out? Do you have any idea who you could potentially be playing?
I'm not sure. It definitely won't come out for a little bit. I think it comes out probably at some point in the middle of August. I think maybe around like the start of the third week of August, maybe, is when it would come out. But I mean, we can play anyone. We were having that conversation after we played on Thursday. We were like, oh my gosh, we could play Venus and Serena Williams, or we could play some juniors. Like, we genuinely have no idea. So it'll be interesting to see.
Is that almost exciting that you just have no idea?
Yeah, it is cool. And we're kind of hoping we could play someone who's like really something, so that we can play on stadium court or something like that. I think that would be a really cool experience. But I mean, whoever we play, we're going to be ready for them.
How do you and Ava prepare differently, or do you guys kind of like prepare together like before a match? Is there one playlist? Is there two separate playlists? Like what's the vibe difference there?
Yeah, we definitely listen to different music before we play. I'm not sure what Ava listens to. I don't know if she probably listens to rap. She listens to rap more than I do. For me, it depends on the day if I want to listen to music or not, but she definitely gets in the zone, puts her headphones on and locks in before the match. I'm just kind of there. But yeah.
So you prefer to kind of be more easygoing and free heading into matches?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a specific like pre-match routine that I do. I mean, obviously like warming up and stuff like that, but I'm not like, oh, I have to listen to music or I have to do certain things before I play. I just go out there and try and play tennis.
And when it comes to, have you been to New York City before?
Never.
What are you most looking forward to?
That's a good question. I don't know. I feel like there's so much to do there, and Ava's kind of from that area. She's from Connecticut, so she's been there multiple times. And so I was asking her, like, what are things that we have to do when we go there? So we're still trying to figure that stuff out. But I mean, just having the experience of being like at the U.S. Open, I think is what I'm most excited for. Just getting to take all that in, being around like the top players in the world. We're gonna, be able to be in the locker room with them and stuff. That's what I'm most excited for. But I think we're gonna have a little bit of fun in the city as well. So
what are you looking forward to, I guess, like physically? Are you looking forward to getting like a trinket or making sure you get something from the physical US Open?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely a trinket girl. I'm definitely gonna get something, probably multiple things to remember the moment, definitely.
Awesome. And then as far as on the court goes, I mean, if someone's never heard of you and Ava before, if someone tunes into your first match at the US Open, what do you want them to take away?
Oh, that's interesting. That's a really good question. I would say looking at the two of us just having fun. I think just enjoying being in the moment, being able to play on such a big stage. I think hopefully people would look at us and be like, wow, they're really enjoying themselves out there.
Awesome. Well, that's all I got. Thank you so much for taking the time, and good luck and go turn some heads.
We'll try our best. We will. Thank you so much.
DJ Bennett, a native of Bellevue, Florida, going to be competing for the first time in the U.S. Open, and it may be her first time there, but probably not her last. We'll be cheering her on, that's for sure. And now to get back to a story we talked about just a little bit ago, and this is a snorkeler taken to the hospital after being bitten by an alligator over the weekend. Happened at the Rainbow River in Marion County, and so we are following up on that today, and also looking into how you can stay safe in the water this summer here in Florida because of our wildlife that we know are so prominent here in Florida. And so joining us live now to talk about this, we are joined again by Dr. Frank Mazzotti, who is a professor of wildlife ecology at the University of Florida, joining us live now via Zoom. And Dr. Mazzotti, thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
So first, I just want to get your reaction. What, as an expert, you think of, what comes to mind when you hear about things like what happened over the weekend with the snorkeler in the Rainbow River?
It's a very rare occurrence. And considering the number of alligators there are in Florida and the number of people that these things happen with such a low frequency is really remarkable. I mean, you're much more likely to get struck by lightning. You're much more likely to get in a car accident on your way to wherever you're going to go to encounter an alligator. So there are lots of things that are much more risky than encountering alligators.
And that's certainly good news because I've always been told the rule of thumb is just to assume that bodies of water here in Florida have alligators in them.
That's true. Any body of water can have an alligator in it. That is absolutely a true statement. Pretty much all of our, and this is very true also in urban areas, all of our waterways are interconnected with one another. And when we have excessive rains, we've all experienced local flooding, and all of those things can cause animals to move around. So it is absolutely best to assume that the body of water that you're approaching has an alligator in it.
Is there anything that we can do if we are going to be in these bodies of water or around these bodies of water to kind of mitigate the chances or lower the chance that we have some sort of interaction with alligators or wildlife like that?
Yes, there is. And one thing I want to bring up right away is don't walk your dog next to the water. If there's an alligator around, or if you suspect there are alligators around, that's like waving barbecue ribs in front of a hungry person. That's just not a good thing to do. And then otherwise, what you really need to do is be aware of your surroundings. In most places where alligators occur, they're known to occur, and then minimize risky behaviors. Snorkeling is a particularly risky behavior because you're prone in the water. You've got this, well, not me, but most people have this hairy head bobbing up and down. An alligator could interpret that as prey. Or if you're floating in the water and you're approaching a male alligator during mating season, he could interpret you as invading his territory. So just be very careful, be aware of your surroundings, and anytime you do anything like that, do it on a buddy system.
So it sounds like there are kind of certain behaviors or certain activities that do kind of leave yourself more vulnerable, or maybe even send some messages, like you said, to wildlife.
Anytime you put yourself in the water and you're in something, and this is one of the reasons why canoes appear to be, or kayaks appear to be vulnerable. If you're floating in an object and you're approaching an alligator, and so it can interpret you as invading its territory, and it would respond accordingly. So the more you get into the water and the more you actively do things in the water, those are things that increase your chances of being attacked. And of course, never, ever, ever feed an alligator. If it doesn't associate you with food, it will associate the next person that's there with food. And that also results in them losing their fear of humans.
Is there something we can do or should do if you're in one of these situations and you do see an alligator?
If you do see an alligator, and it's a very large alligator, I would just recommend that you exercise caution and get out of the water. If it's a small alligator, 4 feet or less, it's probably not going to have any interest in you, either as prey or as invading its territory. But if you see an adult alligator, certainly something that's bigger than 6 feet, I just urge caution and reduce your risks by getting out of the water.
And we know FWC says they are dispatching a contracted nuisance alligator trapper to what they say resolve the situation. What happens in these situations? How in the aftermath of something like this, where someone was bitten by an alligator, what happens next, and what is done to to kind of resolve the situation, as FWC says?
I first want to say that FWC has an excellent program for dealing with unwanted alligators to ensure safety of residents and tourists in Florida. And in this kind of a case, anytime an alligator has attacked a canoe or bit a person, they deliberately go in to try to locate that particular alligator and remove it. And that just ensures the safeties of the residents. And the fate of that alligator depends on the trapper. Many of them are killed, and they are sold for their hides or meat, which is what partially funds the program. Or sometimes very large, very remarkable animals are sold to attractions or farms.
And so, Dr. Mazzotti, what is the bottom line here? What do we need to know? What should folks keep in mind? We are in summertime now. It's the time that a lot of people are hanging around the water. And what should we know, and what should we keep in mind about Florida's wildlife?
Bottom line, be aware of your surroundings. I often hear that even though people should know that an alligator can be anywhere, and they go to a state park and they certainly know alligators are there, and then they go, "Whoa, well, we didn't know any alligators were around." No, be aware of your surroundings. And then the second comment I would make, if you do find yourself attacked by an alligator, fight as if your life depends on it, because it does. Stick your hand down its throat, poke it in the eyes, do whatever you can to free yourself. Generally, there's an instance when an alligator will release you to get a better bite, and that's your chance.
Dr. Frank Mazzotti, professor of wildlife ecology at the University of Florida. Thanks so much for your expertise, and thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thanks for the opportunity.
We're going to take a quick break, and we will be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now at Kia Center, home of the Orlando Magic. We were live streaming with you last week as we were introduced to the new head coach, Sean Sweeney, who's going to be taking the helm. And it certainly doesn't come a moment too soon because we are gearing up for the NBA draft. Now, the Magic only have one pick in this year's draft. It's going to be in the second round, so that is not tomorrow, but that is coming up on Wednesday. And we also should be getting a resolution soon on the Giannis sweepstakes and where Giannis Antetokounmpo ends up. That list, it seems, is dwindling of possible locations that he could end up playing. And so joining us live now to talk about all these storylines and more, we are pleased to be joined by Brandon Kravitz from 96.9 The Game, joining us live now. Brandon, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Pleasure to be here. Exciting times.
It is exciting times. So I mean, any minute now, kind of in the next day or so, could find out more about Giannis and where things stand with him. What's the latest that we're hearing? Are the Magic still a potential landing spot for this guy?
We have not heard anything about the Magic recently, so it's looking like that's not a likely landing spot just based on the reporting. Of course, Jeff Weltman and company tend to keep things pretty close to the vest, so that could change at any moment. But in order to get Giannis, they would most likely have to move off of either Paolo Banchero or Franz Wagner, and that's not something that this front office has seemed all that willing to do. I'm not sure that I blame them. I think that you at least entertain that possibility when you talk about a player the caliber of Giannis, who's still at the age of 31 is a top 5 player in the NBA. And as good as Paolo and Franz have been already, they are not that. So I think that's why you at least entertain that discussion. But it looks like it's, according to Brian Windhorst from ESPN, who has all sorts of sources, it is the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat, which I'm not sure I quite get the second part of that equation. The Celtics would be dangling Jaylen Brown. You could very quickly rebuild your team going from Giannis to Jaylen Brown. I don't know what Miami has to offer that I would be all that attracted by if I'm Milwaukee.
But that's one of the names we've been hearing all along is that it was, the Heat were a potential landing spot for him. So why do you think, what is it that you think is kind of maybe making them part of this equation?
Well, part of it is that Pat Riley always makes sure that he's part of these discussions. He's always involved. Think about any big player movement over the last 10 years, and the Heat have always at least been mentioned as an option. Chris Paul, Kevin Durant, all of these guys. It's always they're always one of those options that's out there. They're aggressive. They did end up landing Jimmy Butler, so it's not like they've completely swung and missed ever since the Heatles got together with Wade, LeBron, and Chris Bosh. But it's an organization that's desperate to stay relevant, that's desperate to do something that gets them out of the play-in tournament, which is where they've lived for the last 4 years. And I just don't know what they have to offer, because you would definitely be looking at trading Tyler Hero if you're Miami. And the only piece that I would be highly intrigued by would be Bam Adebayo. But I don't think that that's a piece that they want to trade. The idea of bringing in Giannis would be that you would pair those two together and create this ferocious front court. So if it's Tyler Hero and Jaime Jaquez, and I just don't see where Milwaukee would be all that intrigued. There's always the possibility of bringing in a third team, but finding that third dance partner is always a lot easier said than done.
Is this the big storyline right now, Brandon? Is this kind of going to be one of the main things that kind of determines how this draft is going to play out, or how does this kind of rank when it comes to roster moves this offseason?
This is the number one storyline without a doubt. This is not a great free agent class in the NBA. So where Giannis goes is going to shake the future of the NBA more than any one particular move. I don't think it's all that relevant to this year's draft because we don't have teams that are at the top of the board that seem to be interested in moving their pick in order to bring in Giannis. That's very NFL. Like you would see those sorts of conversations in the National Football League. When teams in the NBA, especially the bad ones, get their hands on a top pick, they tend to want to hit restart. Giannis doesn't allow you to do that. He's still good enough to come in and help a contender contend at a higher level. But these teams that are at the top of the draft board, they've got so much hill still to climb that trading the number 4 pick in the draft, let's say, if you're the Chicago Bulls and you of the 4th pick, trading that for Giannis, it would be an instant jolt, but an instant jolt to what Milwaukee is, which wasn't even a playoff team this year. So I don't think it's draft relevant, but in terms of the offseason in the NBA, it's huge. If he goes to the right place, like a Boston, I think that it can absolutely change whatever your prediction may be for the NBA championship.
What storylines, any major storylines you will be watching with the draft?
Yeah, this is a loaded class, so this is going to be a lot of fun. We don't even really know who's going to be the top pick yet. Usually by now we've got a pretty consensus idea. There's 2 guys at the top. It's AG Uthmeier, who's kind of your all-around wing scorer that is a pro's pro, but maybe not the ceiling of some of the picks that we've seen at the top of the draft over the last few years, like a Victor Wembanyama, like a Cooper Flagg, a sensational player. But there's someone else that's sitting there that is, by all accounts, better. And Darren Peterson. The problem is that there's an injury factor. There's a want-to factor with him. He had a lot of games that he did not play at Kansas last year in his freshman season, and he's got even more games that he played in and then yanked himself out about midway through. Some of that, it's still debated. Was it cramping issues? Is it a health thing? Or is it I told Kansas when I got here that you're basically an NBA prep school and I'll be getting myself ready for the NBA. It's the world of NIL that we live in, and nobody really knows for sure, but he's the most talented player in the draft. So where the Washington Wizards go is going to be fascinating right there at the top. You've got Cam Boozer out of Duke and Caleb Wilson out of UNC. Those presumed to be picks 3 and 4 in whatever order that goes. So we still are unclear there. And then you're going to have a bevy of guards that get drafted right after that. Keaton Wagler out of Illinois, Darius Acuff, a sensational but undersized guard out of Arkansas who put together perhaps the best offensive season of any of the players that are in this draft class. Kingston Flemings out of Houston, Braden Burries out of Arizona, and Mikael Brown Jr. out of Louisville. All of those guys are probably going to go inside of the top 10. So some backcourts in the NBA are going to get much better after the first night of the draft.
And the Magic, they don't pick till 46 overall. That's the second night, kind of midway through the second round. What do you think we see from Orlando?
I think we see cash considerations come the way of the Magic. The front office loves to get a couple of dollars for their second round picks. Like this roster right now is pretty much loaded. I don't even think they have room to add anybody else. This isn't going to be a team that makes a lot of moves in free agency. The roster is kind of the roster unless they make some serious trade, which I don't anticipate either. Not even the draft is going to help to improve this team. It's going to have to be a lot of internal growth for the Magic. Last 10 years, pick number 46 has delivered Delano Banton, Talen Horton-Tucker, and DeAnthony Melton. We're not exactly talking about household names here, guys that are going to change the trajectory of your team. I will say, though, Nikola Jokic went pick 41 several years ago, so anything is possible.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't anticipate it.
It's either Nikola Jokic or cash considerations. Who's going to be the bigger star? We will find out. Brandon Kravitz, host of the Game On 96.9 The Game. Always good talking with you. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Of course. Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you live inside this courtroom in Hillsborough County, where the sentencing hearing is underway for the 4 defendants who were convicted of murder in the shooting of Jacksonville rapper Julio Fulio. So Isaiah Chance, Sean Gathright, Davion Murphy, and Rashad Murphy were all found guilty of first-degree murder, and the jury recommended a sentence of life in prison for all of them instead of the death penalty. This is the sentencing hearing where the judge will hand down that sentencing. We could still hear statements from family members of the victim or the suspects, the defendants, I should say. And so let's go ahead and listen in live.
Not to belabor what's in there, the argument is simply that the verdict rests on a chain of impermissibly stacked inferences, and there was not direct evidence presented that Mr. Chance knew his co-defendants intended to murder Mr. Jones, that he intended Mr. Jones to be killed, or that his acts were specifically designed to assist or encourage the murder, and therefore there wasn't enough evidence under Florida law to sustain a first-degree murder conviction or conspiracy to commit murder conviction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Doherty, what's your response first to Mr. Gathwright's the motion for judgment of acquittal as to count 6, the tampering charge?
Judge, we did review that case law that he cited as authority in his motion as well, and Judge, those cases are clearly distinguishable by to the facts presently in front of the court. One of them was a corpus case. We literally have the defendant on video where he is seen actually wiping down the fingerprints. All of the rest of the cases went towards knowledge, intent that that physical act was actually done and proof of that. And Judge, there is circumstantial evidence in this case that is overwhelming. This is a case where the manner in which the homicide occurred was at a hotel, a public spot where 3 armed gunmen used high-powered assault rifles and a Glock with a switch that was automated to be able to fire rapidly and unloaded in a public parking lot. And this was the victim in this case. There's ample evidence that they knew who they were targeting. They knew the high-profile nature of the victim. And so, Judge, the law requires for tampering that they knew or should have known that a investigation by law enforcement was going to occur. There is no argument that they can make based on the circumstantial nature, the manner in which they committed this crime, to suggest to this court that he did not know that a law enforcement investigation was about to be instituted, and the actions that were done with both of the vehicles that were used in this case clearly were removed from the state of Florida, and where they live in Jacksonville and where they would be investigated, they were removed from that city. They were hidden. That car was hidden at his grandmother's house the day of the homicide. When the homicide occurred, he brought it and he switched vehicles and switched contents that was contained within the suspect murder vehicle and put it into another vehicle. Judge, based on the facts and the circumstances in this case, we believe that there is enough facts and evidence to support that he knew that a high-profile investigation, homicide investigation, would occur. There was all the phone evidence from his phone that showed his activity immediately after this crime. So he certainly knew that they were successful in killing a high-profile rap artist. So based on that and the fact there is no corpus issue in this particular case, he literally is seen wiping it down on a video. So based on all of that evidence, we would ask that you deny the defendant's motion.
Okay, and do you have any further argument on any of the defendant's motions for new trial?
Your Honor, we would rely on all our previous written arguments as well as oral arguments that were made in pretrial motions and during the course of the trial. Any weight arguments or insufficient evidence we believe is without merit. The facts and evidence in this case were overwhelming. There was a mountain of case, not only circumstantial evidence, there was direct evidence of each and every one of the defendants' participation in this case, as well as the actual crime itself was caught on video. So we would rely on all of our prior arguments, written and oral.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I will deny Sean Gathwright's motion for judgment of acquittal as to count 6 and deny all of the defendant's motions for new trial. All right, State, are you going to call any witnesses, or does anyone want to speak before sentencing?
Judge, we did talk to our victim assistant advocate, and the victim's mother did not wish to address the court again. She did read a victim impact, I believe, for Alicia Andrews' trial, as well as there was a statement that was read to the jury. She is aware that the sentences in this case for the homicide is going to be a life sentence. We also did contact the other victims in this case, and they did not wish to be present or heard. They are aware also what the sentence is going to be.
All right, and so let's just go through each of the defendants. Let's start with Mr. Chance. So on the first-degree murder, it's mandatory life, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And are there any minimum mandatories that apply?
Not with regards to Isaiah Chance.
Okay, and then on the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, is that also mandatory life?
Judge, that is a life offense, and I do not believe that is a mandatory offense. And we have provided a score sheet on all of the defendants for the offenses that were not the first-degree murder charge.
Okay, so it's up to life on the conspiracy,
yes,
correct? And what is the state requesting?
Judge, we are asking for a life sentence, maximum sentences on all of the non-life offenses.
To run concurrent or consecutive?
Judge, we would ask for them to run concurrent.
Okay. Moving on to Sean Gathwright as to the first-degree premeditated murder, mandatory life, and are there any min-mans that apply to him?
Judge, there are minimum mandatories that apply to him. There is a 25-year minimum mandatory for discharging, I'm sorry, a 20-year. It's just discharging a firearm. We did not allege resulting in death.
Okay, so that would be on count 1. And then on the conspiracy, you were also asking for life, correct?
Your Honor, for him, it's a first-degree felony. because he did not have a gang enhancement, so for that, it would be for 30 years with regards to Sean Gathright for the conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Okay. And then with regards to each of the attempted murders in the second degree, are there any min-mans that apply to those?
Judge, for the attempted second degrees, there are minimum mandatory for the firearm, again, enhancements, and again, those are 20-year minimum mandatories.
And the statutory max is what, and what are you asking for?
For the attempted second degree murders for Sean Gathright, those are first degree felonies, so we would be asking for 30 years Florida State prison on each one of those counts.
And then on the tampering, what are you asking for?
For 5 years Florida State prison.
To run concurrent or all to run concurrent?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, as to Davion Murphy, the first degree murders mandatory life, are there any min-mans that apply to him?
Yes, Your Honor. He also has a 20-year minimum mandatory for a firearm enhancement.
All right, and then you're asking for life on the conspiracy?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then on the attempted murders in the second degree, are there also 20-year min-mans on those?
There are for him, yes.
And then you're asking for 30?
We're asking for a life sentence. He actually is raised to a life sentence because of his gang enhancement.
Okay.
She's saying that the life for second degree on the back of the health because the second degrees.
No, what she's saying is the jury found a gang enhancement, so it gets bumped up. Okay. Because it says second degree felony. What the clerk was asking me, it says second degree felony on the docket, but you're saying because of the gang membership that bumps him up to life.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the firearm enhancement. There
I
are
see.
two that apply to him.
Okay. All right, and you're asking for those to run concurrent?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then as to Rashad Murphy, on count 1, it's mandatory life, and is that also a 20-year min-man?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then on the conspiracy, you're asking for life, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then are there 20-year min-mans on the attempted murders on all of those counts?
Yes, for Mr. Rashad Murphy, there were jury findings for the firearm.
And due to the gang enhancements, is he also looking at life on those?
He is.
And that's what you're asking for?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Does anyone disagree that those are the maximum penalties and minimum mandatories that apply for each of the defendants? Okay. Okay. All right, very good. Anything else you'd like to say prior to sentencing?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gonzalez, anything else that you or your client would like to say prior to sentencing, or any other individuals that would like to speak?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Wise, anything further from your client or from anyone else?
Your Honor, Mr. Gathright would like to address the board.
Sure.
I believe his mother and grandmother who were in the gallery.
They would like to address the court as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure.
For the record, they both testified in the criminal phase, but that would be Lisa Gathright and Tom.
Okay. Whoever wants to speak first, come on up. Just have her stand in front of the podium. That's fine.
Good morning.
Good morning. Afternoon, actually.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for allowing me to address the court. I'd like to say that everything has really opened and brought a lot of attention to a lot of things that are going on in the community and in the neighborhood of Jacksonville and also elsewhere.
Shh. Mr. Snarty, you're talking too loud. I can't hear Ms. Lyle.
Elsewhere in the country. We have received a lot of support and a lot of comments about people who've learned a lot about the judicial process throughout this, which I think is very, very important, and also has sparked a lot of conversation in regards to parents communicating with their children and letting people realize that just it doesn't matter what your situation is. You never know what can happen in life and where you can find yourself. And I think with this trial being televised and with a lot of controversy and attention, it's really sparked a lot of conversation throughout the community and brought a lot of awareness. And I hope that this will change a lot of things in people's lives and change their minds and opinions. And as a retired member of the military, I've always been one who has strictly believed in the rule of law and right and wrong. And I've learned a lot. All I can say is I've learned a lot and about how the process goes. And thank you for allowing me to
Sure, Ms. Lyle, and I just want to tell you, you've been a very devoted mother to your son. I can tell you've been here throughout the trial, and he's very fortunate to have you as his mother. And I know your heart is broken. I know it is because it's your child, and I do have sympathy for that and for you. I really do. I'm very sorry for you and for your family that this is where you find yourself. But your attitude and what you're taking away from it, I hope as well for the community's sake that there is some change, because this can't go on. This tragedy just cannot go on. So I thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gathright, do you want to say something? Come on up.
I too want to thank you for allowing me to address the court. This tragic event occurred when Sean was barely 18 years old, and this is a time when the prefrontal cortex of the brain is not fully developed. This development doesn't complete itself until they're at least 25. And this is the area of the brain that controls impulses, and risky behavior is part of the immature brain. They have a heightened drive for risky behavior. Logic is emotions and impulses are their first priority, and logic is the second one.
Continuing to listen in right now to the sentencing hearing. We expect that sentence to be handed down shortly. Right now, hearing from the mother of Sean Gathright, one of the defendants who is shortly expected to be sentenced to life in prison. We are continuing to monitor this. We do have to step aside for one last break this hour here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be back at the top of the hour and welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. I want to get you straight inside this courtroom in Hillsborough County, where right now we are watching the sentencing hearing for 4 defendants who have been convicted of murder in the shooting death of Julio Fulio. He was a Jacksonville rapper who was shot and killed in an ambush in Tampa. You may remember some of the crazy surveillance video we saw. Those 4 defendants were convicted, all found guilty of murder, and they're about to be sentenced to life in prison. But right now we are hearing from Sean Gathright, one of those defendants, who is speaking right now ahead of the sentencing. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
And while that would have been enough signs for most to turn back, his eyes still hadn't opened, and he still hadn't come to his senses. Hungry and desperate, he found a job on a farm feeding pigs. And during these times, pigs and what they were fed were deemed as the filthiest, most impure, lowest of the low, and worst of the worst. But he was so hungry and so blind that the food he fed the pigs looked appetizing. That's when he finally came to his senses. He realized that even the servants back home had enough food to spare, yet here he is dying of hunger amongst pigs. After this eye-opening experience, he decided to return home. He was ashamed and planned to go to his father to ask for forgiveness and to become one of his servants because he no longer felt worthy to be called his son. But when he returned, his father embraced him with love and compassion, dressed him in the finest clothes and jewels, and celebrated his son's return with a feast, exclaiming, "This son of mine was dead and has come back to life. He was lost and is now found." It is not uncommon for good young men who come from good families to get lost in this world, but discontentment often leads these good young men astray. When scholars and historians look back on our times, I believe they will label us as the age of discontentment. And those of us who come from privileged upbringings are actually disadvantaged to the fight against it. Because of the high expectations, many opportunities and options we grow up with, we don't know what struggle looks like, or how hard our parents had to work to provide these opportunities for us. We don't know what we have until it's gone. And it often happens after we go through our own eye-opening experience. Never in history has there been a time like now where there's so much available and so easy to consume, but we still demand more. And it is clearly seen in my generation. Young men and women want to grow up faster to try to keep up with the influencers that are idolized. And this is in part due to us being so susceptible. A study done by the National Institute of Mental Health provided evidence showing that the brain doesn't reach full maturity until 26 to 27 years old for men, about 8 or 9 years older than my time during the offense. But society knows this, and that's why laws set age requirements on certain activities, amenities, and substances as a way to protect adolescent adults. Yet those same laws don't extend to an adolescent adult when they are charged with crimes and allows them to be prosecuted to the fullest extent, regardless of their age. Your Honor, it is heartbreaking that an 18-year-old can't rent a car or a hotel or buy a home, but can be sentenced to death or life in prison without the possibility of parole. They can't purchase alcohol or tobacco, but can be sentenced to death or life in prison without the possibility of parole. They can't work certain jobs or even go on a cruise without a chaperone, but can be sentenced to death without life, or life without prison, in prison without possibility of parole. And I'm a prime example of these circumstances. At 18 years old, with no prior convictions, I was charged, indicted, and had to face the death penalty. My point is, society views anyone under the age of 21 as not being mentally mature enough to participate or partake in these activities, amenities, and substances, because certain substances listed can negatively impact or stunt the growth of a developing brain, while other activities and amenities have restrictions due to the lack of impulse and behavioral control or lack of situational awareness at times with teens. It is very simple to understand that our brains have not developed enough, that we live in a society where someone under the age of 21 can be sentenced to death or life in prison without parole, to leave no room for growth, rehabilitation, or redemption. We don't account for the fact that they weren't a fully developed adult and their judgment and decision-making abilities weren't developed either. I believe it is cruel for someone under the age of 21 to be sentenced to life without parole or death before they're even old enough to be fully emancipated or to fully comprehend what consequences their actions carry. I say all this because I want to see change. Change for those whose fates were sealed long before they were born. Change for the prodigal sons and daughters who ventured off too far in the world and got lost. Change for those who haven't reached full maturity or unlocked their full potential as adults. Change for the ones who never had the option to go around, over, or underneath, but straight through their obstacles. In spite of my current circumstances, I still trust in all those biblical promises. And I believe that I am exactly where God planned for me to be, a plan He created long before I was born. It is also my belief that this chapter of my life will propel me to a much greater purpose than what we see here today, because my journey has just begun. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gathright. All right. Does Davion Murphy wish to say anything, or anyone on his behalf? He's indicating no. Okay.
Mr. Davion Murphy has no comments. Yet.
Okay. And Mr. Petratus, on behalf of Mr. Chance, does he wish to say anything?
No, Your Honor, other than we...
Oh, no. I've moved on to Mr. Petratus behind you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chance, would like to make a statement?
Okay, sure. Come on up. Again, as long as it's respectful.
Sorry, I'm kind of nervous. Sorry.
It's all right.
Sorry, Judge. What I did right, Sean kind of covered like how predominantly what I did right.
Okay.
And my lawyer just told me I couldn't talk about a lot of things, so.
Well, you just need to be careful. If you start talking about the facts of the case, you could end up creating more evidence against you, so that's probably his concern. So I just want you to be aware of that. But even if you're repeating what Mr. Gathright said, you still have the right to say it. So I don't want you to feel that you can't talk just because Mr. Gathright already said it.
Okay. All right. I don't even have or know the right words to say that can rectify the intense severity of how I am situated currently, corresponding to my sentencing right now. I don't think anyone with a reasonable mind frame could adjust their conscience to the reality of something this absurd, especially being this young. This is harder than what I had intended, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like our appearances here were more political based than solely on our 6th and 14th Amendment, which guarantees our right to a fair trial with an impartial jury for each defendant. Being that, I'm not gonna say that. I wanted to say something to you directly.
No, that's fine, and you're more than welcome to disagree with any way I may have ruled in the case. You just can't
repeat the facts.
Yeah, you don't need to repeat the facts, but you just can't be rude to me. That's all I'm asking. You can express disagreement. I have thick skin, and there'll be an appellate review of everything I did, but just don't be disrespectful, because then I'm going to have to tell you to sit down and it becomes a thing. So let's just not have a thing.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Okay. So, thank you. You all right. So, Judge Cisco, unlike the rest of my co-defendants here, they all are charged with being the alleged shooters and have the same verdicts. However, me, on the other hand, the one who was charged with me for playing the same alleged role as I, gets found not guilty for what I am charged with. Alicia case didn't contradict the alleged shooters versus the state case. I don't even think it's possible it could have. However, it contradicts mine being the only principle here, because both of our jury's decisions contradict each other. The only nuance is I went to trial with 3 other people who have the same verdict as I, and she didn't. Alicia get found not guilty for my current charge. It wasn't a coincidence. And basically what I'm saying is Alicia and the state alleged that we played, that's getting into like the facts of like the case.
Well, that's okay. If I'm hearing you correctly, you are taking issue with the fact that I don't know if she's your current or former girlfriend, but she went to trial. She was convicted of a manslaughter and got 15 years, and now you're here facing life, and that I would assume that seems unjust to you. Is that correct?
That's highly unjust. I seen Susie Lopez on the news this morning, and she was saying that justice has been served. Absolutely, if you see it from that perspective. But everything that's a perspective is based on perception. So if you say that's justice, okay. But when you look at, if you put me and Alicia up on like side by side, that's unjust. Like it's injustice. Like it doesn't make sense. Like it's contrary to my verdict. Like her jury made their decision. My jury our jury made their decision, but it contradicts like both of our verdicts. The only difference is like I went to trial with my co-defendants and she went to trial by herself. So I feel like personally, I got guilt more so by association than like participation. That's all I really wanted to say, Judge. Sorry, because this is way more harder than I anticipated. But that's all, though. Thank you.
Sure. Sure. And you probably know when Miss Andrews went to trial, she basically pinned it all on you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know. You know when, as I sit with my lawyer, like he's very, like he's probably shivering over there because he don't know what I say out my mouth.
Right. He's very concerned.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of people don't know, but before you go to trial, you try to be optimistic, but everything is done strategically. So how the lawyers optimize what they're gonna say or what they're gonna do, they do it with the client. You know, I'm not saying what she's saying was wrong or not wrong, or what he wanted her to say or what she said, you know. But that's all though. I want to say something to like Jacksonville though too. So to my city, man, it ain't worth it, boy. Like it ain't worth it. Like me being a rapper from my city and Fulio being a rapper from our city, it ain't worth it. Like my mouth getting dry, sorry. Like the dissing, the beefing, the shooting, like for what? Like for what? Like when you sitting in your cell alone, cold, it's lonely as hell in that bed. Everybody leave you. Like nobody here for you. Like the ones that's your ride or die, your girlfriends, whoever you love, the only person there for you is your mother and maybe like one friend, maybe. But it ain't worth it though, bro. It ain't worth it. I was 21 years old facing the death penalty. I never ever My only interactions with law enforcement was traffic tickets. Wake up next morning, I'm facing the death penalty. That's how quick life can change. It ain't worth it, bro. That's all. And sorry if I was nervous. Sorry.
No, it's okay, Mr. Chance. And thank you for saying that.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, Mr. Davion, Murphy has changed his mind. He doesn't want to make a brief statement.
Sure.
From right here.
Yeah, go ahead. What would you like to say, Mr. Murphy?
First, I would like to say to God be the glory, and all the time, and he forever have the last say so.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry.
You know, you may have to step up to the podium because the court reporter just needs to hear what you're saying, Mr. Murphy.
As I was saying, yeah, it look different from up here. To God be the glory all the time, and He'll forever have the last say so in our situation. As I said in my interrogation interview, I'll be judged for it, and I'll forever retain my innocence. And I just want to say to the Gen Z generation, change your life and do something productive with your life, because in this predicament it ain't worth it. And like it was said before, this is not my first rodeo down this road, so it's looking like forever, but I'll forever keep a positive mind state and a positive mindset. But to God be the glory forever. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. All right. Mr. Rashad Murphy, anything you want to say or at all? You don't have to. Just giving you the final chance.
I love everybody.
Okay. Okay. All right. Very good. All right. So a couple things before I pass sentence. First of all, I want to commend the lawyers again. I know I did it at the close of the trial, but this was a massive case. I mean, it's by far the longest case, the most intricate case, the most difficult case that I've ever handled in almost 24 years. And I know for you all as well, it had to have been I can't even imagine the Herculean task of all the evidence and sorting through it. And you all always conducted yourselves with the utmost professionalism. And I just want to again express my gratitude for that, how seriously everyone took the case. I never, ever have to worry about any of the lawyers before me, ever, not abiding by the rules of professional conduct. I never have to worry about you being disrespectful to me or to witnesses or to each other. I never have to worry about the attorneys misleading me on the law. And it's rare that that happens, but when it does, and it has happened recently, it does make me very grateful for lawyers that know what they're doing and that practice with the utmost professionalism. So I do want to just thank you all for that so much. I also want to comment about law enforcement's work. I don't know if Detective Ramos is here. I don't see him here. That was one heck of a job.
The judge continuing to speak now about the investigation ahead of the sentencing after we heard from several of the defendants speaking ahead of their sentencing as well, where we expect them to be handed down with life sentences. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you back inside this courtroom in Hillsborough County, where we are awaiting any moment now the sentencing handed down by Judge Michelle Sisko to the 4 defendants who have been convicted of murder in the shooting death of Jacksonville rapper Julio Fulio. She's been commending law enforcement, commending attorneys. We did hear some comments from the defendants themselves just moments ago, and now we await that sentencing. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
For what he did, or what he drilled, the drill rap videos he made. But goodness gracious, going and desecrating the gravesite of a murdered relative is, you don't deserve to be killed for that, but you just increased your odds that it was going to happen, and that's the truth. That is the truth. So I'm not at all, again, stating that he deserved it, but it's just shocking. It's shocking to me. And I do have great sympathy for the defendants. You all, for the most part, are young men. And some of you have children. And now, for what? For what? Now, you're looking at life in prison. And what was it for? And I really appreciate Mr. Gathright and Mr. Chance really speaking to your community. Like, these decisions that are made can have unalterable changes that you can't come back from. There's no coming back from them. You either end up dead or incarcerated for life. And I feel like, you gentlemen had much more to offer this world. You did, and you do. And so, in particular, Mr. Rashad Murphy and Davion Murphy, listen, there's no question you guys had a difficult childhood. There is no question. The hand that you were dealt from Jump Street was not the best. There is no question about that. Again, it's not an excuse, but I do acknowledge it. Mr. Chance and Mr. Gathright, you all, unlike the Murphys, you all did have positive role models in your life. Mr. Chance, you had a dad that testified and appeared to be a good role model, and a stepfather that cared about you. And Mr. Gathright, as you acknowledged, you had so many opportunities that most people don't have. I mean, you started off, the hand that you were dealt, the cards that you were dealt were pretty good. They were pretty darn good. Better than the average person. So it's particularly hard. I am heartbroken for you. I'm heartbroken for your family members. I'm heartbroken for your children. I am. So I do have great sympathy. But you have been convicted, and it was a horrible crime that was committed, and there is a price to be paid, and there's just no way around that. I do find it remarkable, and I hope that you can maintain your positive outlook. Each of you still has a life of value. And going forward, the quality of the life that you have every day will come down to the choices you make. And so I hope that you continue to make choices, and then you realize you do have value and you can contribute. And you started today by speaking to the members of your community, particularly the younger men, that this is not the way to go. It's not. It's not. Because look, we have Charles Jones is dead, and 4 people who will now spend life in prison. And again, all for what? For what? Nothing. Over nothing. Turf warfare, drill rap videos. I mean, it really is nothing. So one thing I found that was when I was listening to the testimony, I think when Robert Howard testified, he testified that Jacksonville was the new little Chicago. And I almost fell out of my chair because I can't even imagine anyone in Jacksonville wanting that comparison. So I was curious. I looked it up, and who knows if this is accurate, but apparently in Chicago last year, there were 406 homicides. A quarter of that was gang-related. That's about 104 people. Dead, poof, gone. For what? For what? So, I just want you all to know that, and I really do hope that, at least in the community of Jacksonville, that there are serious changes. I don't know why this scourge of gang violence has cropped up. I have no idea. I really am not familiar with Jacksonville. I don't know the whys, but I hope that the community does come together to end it, because Jacksonville just can't keep losing so many young men cut down in the prime of their lives. Can't do it. Continue doing it. So, okay. Anything further before I pronounce sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing on behalf of Rashad Murphy. No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, on behalf of Davion Murphy.
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Chance, I'm going to start first. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. Count 1, sentence you to mandatory life without the possibility of parole. Count 2, I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to life to run concurrent with count 1. Mr. Gathright. On count 1, I will adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to life without the possibility of parole. You also have a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence. On count 2, the conspiracy, I will sentence you to 30 years in prison to run concurrent. Count 3, attempted murder in the second degree, I will sentence you to 30 years Florida State Prison with a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence, again to run concurrent with all other counts. On count 4, attempted murder in the second degree, adjudicate you guilty and sentence you to 30 years prison with a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence, again to run concurrent with all other counts. Count 5, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 30 years Florida State Prison with a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence, again to run concurrent with all other counts. And on count 6, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 5 years Florida State Prison, again to run concurrent. And again, for you and Mr. Chance, giving you credit for all time served. As to Davion Murphy, Mr. Davion Murphy, I will adjudicate you guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, sentence you to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and you will have a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence as part of the life sentence. Count 2 on the conspiracy, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to life to run concurrent. On the attempted murders, counts 3, 4, and 5, I will adjudicate you guilty of each of those, sentence you to life in prison with a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence on each, again to run concurrent with all of the other counts, and again giving you credit for all time served. And finally, Mr. Rashad Murphy, I will adjudicate you guilty of murder in the first degree, sentence you to life in prison without the possibility of parole, and you will also receive a 20-year minimum mandatory sentence. On count 2, conspiracy, adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to life in prison to run concurrent with count 1. On counts 3, 4, and 5, I will adjudicate you guilty on each of those, sentence you to life in prison. Each of those carries a 20-year minimum mandatory, again to run concurrent with all other counts, and giving you credit for all time served. All right,
All 4 defendants sentenced to life in prison without parole after being previously convicted of murder in connection with the shooting of Jacksonville rapper Julio Fulio. And you heard the comments from the judge just moments ago saying, what was it for? It's not worth it. Those are comments that were echoed by Isaiah Chance when he had the chance to speak just a few moments ago as well, telling folks that it's not worth it. These feuds, these beefs, those gang wars, not worth it. Their message to the community, they will now spend the rest of their lives behind bars for that murder. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live. We still have more to get to. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here along with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me live now. And TJ, we better be used to this heat and humidity because it's sticking around for a while.
It has just been downright brutal, Garrett. It's hard to even walk just from a building to the parking lot. You feel like you're just soaking wet already.
Because you are. That's why it feels that way, because you are. Because it's brutal. It's hard to breathe out there, but that's, you know, what?
Summer in Florida, right?
It's what we deal with, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy because when we have that drier air, you know, it's easier for us to kind of, you know, our natural AC systems, our sweat as we sweat to kind of cool ourselves down. When it's this humid, our bodies really can't do what they're meant to do. So that's why it feels so much rougher on us.
But one of the interesting things with this setup right now is that, you know, here in our part of the state, we've been seeing quite a few showers and storms over the past few days. But we know over in Tampa and, you know, the west coast of Florida.
Yeah.
They've been so dry.
Yeah, it's been that west to southwesterly wind. We really haven't seen the classic sea breeze collision over the heart of the state. It's really been, sadly, starving Tampa of meaningful moisture. Meanwhile, we've seen some more of that on our East Coast beaches, which I know some of them have been saying, hey, where's our rain? So now we've seen more of that over the last couple of days, that's for sure.
What are we seeing on the radar right now? It doesn't look like a whole lot out there at the moment.
No, and it's kind of because of this ridge of high pressure, Garrett, that's been building in, and that's really going to help our rain chances actually come down. So if anyone is here on vacation, maybe you have some outdoor plans, it's really going to be the heat. That's our main concern. concern. There are a couple of showers and storms that have sparked up here, a little bit of upstairs energy to our north and west up across portions of Alachua County and some of Marion County, seeing some lightning strikes there, working through really far southeastern Alachua County. So we'll keep tabs on those. I still think we could see a few showers and thunderstorms through the remainder of the day. We do have one that's popping up just to the west of the Fox 35 viewing area, just to the north of Dade City, it looks like. And that's kind of that Gulf Coast sea breeze trying to come in. And I still think as it meets up with the East Coast sea breeze that's kind of pinned near the coast on our eastern beaches, our Atlantic Coast beaches, we could still see some spotty storms, but the heat is certainly nothing to mess around with out there. Feels like temps up around 105 degrees in Bushnell, 104 in Claremont. Not quite as bad in spots like Orlando and DeLand, but still 99, 97, that's not great. It still feels pretty darn rough out there. Through the rest of the afternoon, we are expecting that slim chance of a few showers and thunderstorms. Temperatures going to remain parked up in the low to mid 90s. Tonight, it actually looks drier. We'll fall back into the middle to upper 70s. We'll see a few clouds from time to time. Then tomorrow, we do it all over again. Kind of this wash, rinse, and repeat. But I think we'll actually be a touch warmer as this ridge builds across the peninsula. And with warmer temperatures and still that humidity, feels like temps surging up close to the mid to even upper 100s in some spots in that major heat risk, and we stay in that realm through midweek, and it looks like even into the latter half of the work week we stay there, and that's why we have this a storm team alert for the day on Tuesday and Wednesday for that major to even extreme heat risk. So it's nothing to mess around with out there, especially if you're out in the heating of the day. Be sure you're trying to take those breaks indoors if you can with those highs back up into the upper 100s. Now, in the tropics, thankfully not looking all that crazy out there. Still a lot of dust in the heart of the Atlantic, the main development region. There's a plume that's kind of moving up our way. We may see some more fiery sunrise and sunsets as we head through this upcoming week. You can see that plume kind of working up toward the Gulf, then another one working over the Caribbean and eventually up toward us. So this is, I mean, really good for us, Garrett. It looks like it's going to keep the tropics quiet over the next couple weeks, and really nothing that's standing out in the tropics at this current time.
That is always good to hear. That's the kind of thing we know that Saharan dust can cause some issues when it comes to respiratory impacts and that kind of thing. You're breathing, sinus issues, that kind of thing. But we'll take it if it quiets down the tropics for a while. Yeah, I'm glad that after seeing Arthur do so much, flooding damage last week, and still for being a tropical storm, it still did so much damage to so many across the northwestern Gulf. I'm glad to not have anything new to hint at this week, that's for sure. Yeah, that Saharan dust also provides us with some beautiful sunsets. Yeah, that dust concentration up higher in the atmosphere can really aid in that. So that's one of the kind of the pros, if you will. We see some really gorgeous, picturesque snapshots in the mornings and the evenings. So if you get those, we'd love to see them over the next week or so and beyond. But yeah, we do have, especially if you're prone to allergy issues throughout the year, if we get some of that higher concentration, you may notice some of that. And you may have, especially with the heat and humidity, you may have just some tougher time noticing the breathing in the afternoon and the evenings. But it can also keep things a little hotter too, Garrett. So we'll have to monitor the temps, but it looks like we are in the thick of it here. As summer is officially here, but now, not to be the bearer of bad news, now our days are getting shorter and shorter as we head through oh, come on. The rest of the year. Would you ever do that? Already looking forward to fall and winter, right? We just get the summer already ready for the fall and the winter season. You give us like one day of summer, and then you're like, okay, well now the days are getting shorter. Sorry. It's been real summer. It's been great. I tell you, there was a time when I lived in places that were not as warm as Florida that really would get to me. I would start thinking about that the day after the summer equinox, that oh, now the days are getting shorter. It's not that long, and we'll always be facing cold temperatures and long, dark, cold winters. So it's funny. It reminds me of like Christmas. You get there, it's one day, and then it's gone. It's like, well, now we have to wait all the way till next year. I feel like it's crazy because our days get longer and longer leading up to summer, and now we're here, and it's like, well, heck, why are the days getting shorter? What's all that about? Now that you've sparked this existential crisis on us, TJ, we're going to let you go. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, thanks for joining us with our Florida Live forecast. Thanks, Garrett. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 Plus. And we are it is time now, I should say, to check in with Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now for our Tampa connection. So we're going to take you live right now to the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, Florida's Attorney General James Uthmeier was in Tampa this morning to announce an expansion on a ban of what officials are calling gas station morphine. Now, you may remember last year he was at Tampa General Hospital to announce this emergency ban on 7-OH products. And today he announced that Florida is expanding that emergency ban to target new chemical compounds that bypass previous restrictions on high-potency kratom extract linked to hundreds of deaths across the state. Now, he said since 2013, medical examiners in Florida have linked at least 587 overdose deaths to 7-OH and related chemical compound drugs. State officials say these products were tested and found that they were 13 times more potent than morphine. Now, under this expansion that was announced today, Uthmeier said that no product may contain more than 1 milligram of these dangerous chemicals per gram. Now, that's for solids and pills, or per milliliter, and that would be for liquids. He also said that any product containing any amount of 7-OH or its related compounds must also contain at least 100 times more regular mitrionine by mass, preventing super concentrated and chemically altered formulas. Now, during this morning's press conference, Patty Wheeler spoke. Now, she is a mother who lost her 27-year-old son to a kratom concentrate. She said that her son walked into a vape shop on October 6th and purchased the powder, and by October 25th, he had already died in his brother's arms after suffering a seizure from OPMS. Now, anyone caught violating this new expansion or the state's 7-OH rule faces up to 30 years in prison, and Florida officials stated that they will continue to fight back against illicit drugs that are being smuggled into our country from overseas adversaries. Garrett?
Heartbreaking, Nancy, to hear that mother's story, just trying to kind of sound the warning and let people know about what's happening, and kind of lending some credence to what we heard from investigators there today.
Yeah, it was absolutely heartbreaking. And she says that she had gone on vacation with her son, and she noticed this powder in the bathroom that he was using, and she asked him what it was, and he was like, "Oh, don't worry about it. It's just an herbal supplement. I bought it at a store." And he said that he was using it as almost like a substitute for alcohol. He said he wasn't drinking alcohol. Instead, he was using what he called an herbal supplement. Now, Patty Wheeler, she said that she did go online to look up what this herbal supplement was, and she had asked her son to stop using it. She was like, please don't use this until we do some more research on it, until we learn more about it. But unfortunately, October 25th, her son did die in her other son, in his brother's arms, after suffering a seizure. So it was absolutely heartbreaking to hear this mother's story, but it also brought a face to what's going on. And another thing that she said, as well as Uthmeier kept saying, that just because these items are found on, gas station shelves or convenience store shelves, or her son, she said that he bought it in a vape shop, it doesn't mean that they are safe. And so they definitely want to sound the alarm on this. And again, Florida did expand its emergency ban on these products this morning.
Next in our Tampa Connection, learning more about a deadly shooting on Father's Day. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so this happened last night around 10 o'clock near the intersection of Albany Avenue and Main Street. And so Tampa police, they say that a large crowd had gathered for an impromptu Father's Day celebration. And this crowd, according to Tampa Police Department, had grown extremely large, and police officers went to the scene to try to disperse the crowd. And that's when they say some type of a disturbance broke out and shots were fired. Now, Tampa police officers who were already in the area said that they ran toward the sound of gunfire, and that's where they found a man suffering from a gunshot wound. That man was taken to an area hospital where he later died. Now, right now, police said they do not have a suspect description, nor do they know if there's more than one suspect to be looking for. They also said it was unclear what led to this initial disturbance. Now, the Tampa Police Department also held a press conference this morning, and during that press conference, they kept reiterating that there were a lot of people out at this event last night and that somebody knows something. And during this morning's press conference, they were also pushing back against rumors circulating on social media that Tampa police officers were involved in this shooting. Department leaders did release body camera footage earlier today, emphasizing that no officers fired their weapons during this impromptu Father's Day gathering last night. Instead, officials say that body cam video shows officers running toward the danger to immediately provide medical aid to the victim. Police said that they will not tolerate unpermitted block parties that take over city streets. And again, they did stress that there were a lot of people out there last night, and they say that somebody knows something, and they are urging anybody with any information to come forward and to contact the Tampa Police Department and tell them what they know, tell them what they saw, because as of right now, they still don't know how many suspects they're looking for, and they are unable to provide a suspect description. Garrett?
And finally, in our Tampa Connection, Nancy, learning more about a tragic hot car death in Hillsborough County. What do we know? What are we learning?
Yeah, so this happened on Saturday night, and Hillsborough County deputies said they were called out to a home in Riverview, and when they arrived, they found a father who said that his daughter, who was 3 years old, he had just found her inside of a car. That child was rushed to St. Joseph's Hospital South, where she was later pronounced dead. Now, Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Cronister is calling this incident a tragic situation, and he wants to remind everyone that right now, with temperatures the way they are, that temperatures in those cars can reach lethal temperatures. They can be lethal within a very short period of time. So he just wants to remind not only parents, but everyone of how hot these cars can get in a short period of time. Now, this investigation is ongoing, and as of right now, Garrett, no charges have been filed. This is a story that we are continuing to follow this afternoon.
All right, to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Let me give you a live look right now in Southern California, where the U.S. men's national team is practicing right now, coming off another big win on Friday in the World Cup and preparing for a game that really doesn't mean too much for Team USA coming up on Thursday night against Turkey. We know the U.S. men's national team has already advanced to the knockout round, and so but they, I tell you what, have been impressive so far. So we are continuing to watch them practice. Alex Freeman, you see right there, Florida's own, scored a goal in that big game on Friday against Australia. Meanwhile, I want to get you live right now to Orlando, where the City Commission is meeting right now and hearing public comment from a number of folks who are weighing in on a proposal that would essentially put a pause on some of the historic preservation and development guidelines and requirements. The city is considering a moratorium on those requirements in order to encourage development downtown in an area that has not seen a lot of development lately, and some businesses leave the area. The city is concerned that maybe there's too much red tape, and so we're hearing some comments right now. A few dozen folks signed up for public comment in this meeting to weigh in on this. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Something I said last time, just in the sense that I respect all sides of this issue. It's an interesting conundrum when you have everybody wants what's best for downtown. There's just sort of differing opinions on how to get there. So that's actually quite interesting that both sides want the same thing. It's just a matter of what process you go through. And so I tried to keep that in mind as I've balanced my thoughts on this, as we all want downtown to be better. I've spent my whole professional career in the real estate investment and development space in downtown Orlando, and I want to see it do well. And I also understand and respect the idea that historical context plays. I believe that this process we're putting forth is really kind of the best approach to kind of swing the pendulum back a little bit. I think we're just a little bit out of balance on sort of the restrictions of what the historic preservation process does versus some of the economic development objectives. I want to be careful to point out that's not really a result of HPB. Some of this has become about the HPB board and the people on that board. That's not what this is about. It's the process and the rules with which that board is bound. Okay, so a private owner or developer walks into the office and says, what can I do with my property? And you're basically told not much. It's very restrictive what you're allowed to do, and so the vast majority of projects never make it to the HPB board. A project getting rejected by the HPB board is just a very small number of the projects that are actually contemplated. So what happens is projects are essentially never starting because at staff level they just get sort of told what they can and can't do, and it's become, I think, sadly, it's become an impediment to development. And so I'm not even really happy about this. It's just the way it is, and that's the way it's functioning. So it's become sort of this problem in the sense that you just can't get as much done as we would like. So that's really been my focus as I've thought about this over the past couple of weeks. It's just a process, really more at the staff level it needs to fix. And I think sort of by revising it the way we've talked about today, we can get to a better and more balanced outcome. Thanks.
Thank you. Jill Vaughn, Tim Giuliani, Joe Nunziata.
Good afternoon, mayors, commissioners. Jill Vaughn, 333 South Garland Avenue, Orlando, Florida, 32801. I serve as the president and CEO of the Downtown Orlando Partnership. And from my office in the Truist Plaza, I look out 5 days a week at the vacant buildings along Church Street. It's a visible reminder that some of the most important blocks in downtown Orlando have not seen investment or the activity that they deserve. I also personally have witnessed trespassing and vandalism of these buildings from my office window. When properties remain unoccupied for years, they become more vulnerable to neglect and to deterioration. Vacancy does not protect these buildings or strengthen the district around them. As someone who values history, architecture, and the character of downtown Orlando, I do not believe the answer is to disregard our historic resources. They are part of what makes downtown distinct. However, we also have to ask whether the current process is helping these buildings find new life. That is why I'm here today in support of this temporary moratorium. It gives the city a defined period to evaluate a different review process while maintaining oversight and assessing the results. The goal is to encourage thoughtful reinvestment and adaptive reuse on these buildings that have been vacant or underutilized for too long. When these buildings are occupied, they can once again contribute to the life of downtown by supporting businesses and bringing people to the street. I recognize the concerns raised by residents and preservation advocates, but this is a temporary measure. It's not a decision to abandon preservation. It's an opportunity to determine whether a different process can better support the protection of our historic assets and encourage economic development and the future of downtown Orlando, which I am sincerely passionate about. And for those reasons, I respectfully support the approval of this ordinance. Thank you.
Some in favor, some against. We're continuing to listen to public comment in this Orlando City Commission meeting this afternoon. We are out of time here on Florida Live as this public comment continues, but we're going to keep listening into it, both sides of the issue on our digital platforms. You can keep it on Fox Local and YouTube and Facebook for that. Again, if you're joining us here on Florida Live, we are out of time, but we have much more to come in just a minute.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you live back to this Orlando City Commission meeting where they are discussing a potential moratorium on some of the requirements for when it comes to historic buildings and development downtown. Some of the requirements that include them having to go in front of the Historic Preservation Board and a number of things that the city is considering doing away with, at least for a time, in an effort to cut red tape and encourage development downtown. Let's go ahead and listen in. We're hearing public comment from folks on both sides of this issue, so let's go ahead and listen in.
Staff, my name is Joe Nunziata and I serve as the CEO of Acrisure Mortgage. My address is 189 South Orange Avenue, Suite 900, Orlando 32801. We're headquartered right in that location. We have about 700 employees. I also own and have owned multiple properties in the downtown historic district. I want to begin by saying that I care deeply about this city. Orlando has provided incredible opportunities for my family, business, and for thousands of others who has chosen to invest their lives and livelihoods here in Orlando. I also believe we have reached an important moment for downtown. To date, too many storefronts sit empty, too many buildings are underutilized, and too many people are choosing to spend their times elsewhere. As a business leader whose company is headquartered here, I see the impact every day. The challenge is no longer simply preserving our past. It is ensuring that downtown remains vibrant, relevant, and economically sustainable for future generations. Historic preservation plays an important role in protecting the character and identity of our city, but preservation and progress should not be viewed as competing priorities. In fact, they should work hand in hand. As a property owner, I have experienced firsthand how lengthy and unpredictable the approval process can be and how it can unintentionally discourage investment, even for relatively modest improvements. When investors, business owners, and property owners face uncertainty, projects are delayed, opportunities are lost, and buildings remain underutilized. I support this temporary change because I believe it creates more predictable paths for investment while still respecting the historic significance of these properties. The best way to preserve a historic building is not to leave it untouched. It is to keep it occupied, maintained, and contributing to the life of the community. A thriving historic building filled with businesses, residents, and activity honors its legacy far more effectively than a vacant one does. This proposal gives us an opportunity to encourage reinvestment, support adaptive reuse, and bring new energy to downtown Orlando. We can respect our history while creating the conditions for a stronger future. I support this effort because I believe in downtown Orlando, and I want these historic buildings to remain not only a symbol of our past, but active contributors to our city's next chapter. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Jason Kelly, Steve Garrity, Lawana Gelser.
Good afternoon. I'm Jason Kelly of 526 South Higher Avenue. My great-grandparents, Amos Roberts and Bessie Wigglesworth, arrived downtown in 1925. More than a century later, our family is still here. I'm a proud fourth-generation Orlando resident who loves the city and is fiercely protective of its history. I'm president of the Lake Davis Greenwood Neighborhood Association, a graduate of the Mayor's City Academy, a member of the Mills 50 District Board of Directors and the chair of its design committee. I previously served 2 terms on the Lou Gardens Board of Trustees, and I'm now serving my 2nd term on the Historic Preservation Board, which is why I chose to speak today. Everyone gathered in these chambers cares deeply about Orlando's future and wants to see downtown thrive. As the Historic Preservation Board approaches its 50th anniversary, Orlando should be strengthening its commitment to preservation. Instead, this ordinance strips vital protections from the most iconic buildings in the oldest part of our city, opening the door to their loss. That's a disservice to Orlando residents who trust us to safeguard our city's architectural heritage for future generations. We must not abandon that duty. These buildings were here long before us. If we do our job right, they'll remain long after we're gone. How you vote today will help define your legacy. It is not too late to do the right thing. I urge you to vote against this unpopular ordinance and protect Orlando's treasured historic places from unnecessary demolition, because once they're gone, they cannot be rebuilt. Please don't be on the wrong side of history. Instead, cast your vote to preserve it, because this place matters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Steve Garrity, Lawana Gelser, Cindy Parker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners and staff. Thank you so much for your time today. I am Steve Garrity with Highwoods Properties at 201 East Pine Street, located in downtown. Highwoods, the company I work for, owns about 1.7 million square feet of Class A office buildings. We've been growing with the city beautiful for the past 27 years. We love downtown, for sure. It's what we call best business district. It's very, very walkable. Our office buildings are about 88% leased, and our customers continue to remind us that they would love to continue to walk downtown and see and enjoy beautiful things on Church and Orange Avenue, but unfortunately, there's no place for them to dine or enjoy. These buildings are beautiful for sure, but they need to be loved and not neglected. I'm in favor for this proposal. It brings current vacant and underutilized properties back to life. This temporary approach, a very thoughtful way of balancing preservation and revitalization. It reduces the building decay while enhancing and highlighting the building's character for all of us to enjoy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lawana Gelzer, Cindy Parker, Justin Core.
Lawana Gelzer, 815 Hill Street, Orlando. What will they say about your footprint? And the question was posed to us 2 weeks ago, why now? And my answer, my response was, because you can do it. So I'm speaking on moratoriums, and they should not do harm. Remember, everybody, this is what's happened. Tinker Field, National Protected, gone. The wetlands, National Protected, gone. The Paramore community had a moratorium, no more homeless shelters or social services programs in that 1.4 square mile radius. Every time this council wants to do anything in that, they rescind the moratorium. So I'm questioning you, your ability, will you do the right thing? If you rescind this and your past history has indicated you will continue to do what you've always done. Make sure the special interest groups get what they want. You have a lot of things in place to protect our community, but you look the other way. I remember so many years ago, the council voted to tear down the McCord department store. They voted that day, and that night it was gone. All of these things have been happening because we have things in place to protect the community. But for some apparent reason, what would they say about your footprint? What would they say about you? And what they're saying is, you do not honor what the community is saying. And when you need something to change, you just change it. And then you'll put it back and say it's for the good of the community. I'm watching you on Bob Carr, because it's in Creative Village. And it's a national protected building. However, I know if we go to sleep, it might get torn down. Only because of your history of what you've done in the past is what we're questioning, especially Lawana Gelzer. Last time I questioned the staff ability to see what was going on, and I called them incompetent or they just didn't know what they were doing. The Huffington Post came down and did a story, and we proved exactly what we were saying was true. So all I'm saying is, you can say what you want to do, but your actions speak louder than words. And your actions said you're going to continue to do this. That's why another 37-story building is getting ready to go up by a church. Come on, guys. Why so quickly? Why now? Because you can do it. But is it fair to everybody in the city of Orlando? Is it fair to us? I'm judging you on what you've done in the past, and what you have done has done harm. Moratoriums should not do harm. Thank you.
Cindy Parker, Justin Core, Richard Kilby.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Cindy Parker. I live at 309 Cherokee Drive in the Cherokee Historic District. My husband David and I have lived there since 1983, so we have been 43 years living in a historic district. I've served previously as on the Historic Preservation Board. I served as chairman of the Historic Preservation Board. And the last time I appeared in City Council before this body was on behalf of the Historic Preservation Board when I was chairman in 2003, and there was the public hearing to grant the demolition permit to what was then called the Jaymont Block, and that's where the Plaza building is now. As the previous speaker said, within hours of that demolition permit being issued, demolition began on those historic buildings. And within just a few days, the Orlando Sentinel had a front page picture of the developer of the Plaza project standing in front of a pile of rubble with his arms raised in the victory position. And when I hear of this moratorium, that's all I see, is that pile of rubble and a developer in the victory position. Please don't do that to our downtown. The previous speakers have been eloquent, including the staff and citizens, but I've heard one of the speakers said this proposal was for a block-by-block takedown. He didn't mean to say what I heard him say, but a block-by-block takedown means demo, 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 demo. And you talk about using the highest and best use, the highest density zoning in these adaptive reuses. Well, you can't do that without a demo. So I urge you, please, put on the brakes, consider other ways to solve the downtown problem, and please oppose this moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Justin Cord, Richard Kilby, Megan Core.
Hey, Council. Justin Core, 236 South Lucerne. I own an old house. I own an old building. I have done the old building rehab. It is expensive, it is costly. And although I have done that, I am not a hardcore preservationist, so I'm not here to speak from that perspective. I want to speak to this primarily as policy, and I think on its face it is bad policy for quite a few reasons. But first, let's just be honest. I think the city's perspective here and the CRA's perspective here is primarily to increase the tax base. That's not a bad thing, but I think it flies in the face of what a lot of the residents are asking for. It flies directly against that. If it was purely about activating Church Street, we could incentivize the current owners to activate Church Street. That is doable. We've sat on our hands here for way too long without activating Church Street. 5-6 years, we've let this thing just deteriorate. We've let the buildings deteriorate. And 2 weeks ago, I spoke about developer-induced blight. I believe that even more so now, that we have allowed many of these properties to become blighted for this purpose, for today. So I think also this policy creates a perverse incentive because there's a lot of owners. Nunziato was one. There's a lot of property owners who have spent money downtown, who have continued to spend money downtown, who have tenants in their buildings, who have invested in their buildings. And for many of them, they actually won't have
reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Street block. In preparing for that talk, I was reminded that the story of Orlando is written in its historic buildings. If we lose those buildings, we do not just lose bricks and mortars. We lose the people, the struggles, and the dreams that built this city. We lose part of Orlando's soul. Joseph Bumby arrived here in 1873, paying $10 from an ox cart ride to what was then a frontier settlement. While waiting for his citrus groves to mature, he carried the U.S. mail on horseback between Orlando and Sanford. When the railroad arrived in 1880, Bumby's warehouse became Orlando's very first railroad depot, and he became the city's first ticket agent. In 1886, he built a hardware store across from the station that still exists today. That building anchored the Bumby block on Church Street for 80 years. William Slimmons came to Orlando in 1886 and opened a dry goods store on Church Street. During the 1920s boom, he built the tan brick Slimmons building. His family served Orlando there for decades. In 1973, Bob Snow gave it new life as Rosie O'Grady's Good Time Emporium and helped spark a downtown revival. In 1911, J.A. Collier, a successful black tailor, built a two-story commercial building at 27 West Church Street. It housed a bakery, a dry goods store, a drugstore, and Collier's tailor shop. At that time, he was the only black landowner in downtown Orlando. His building is not just part of black history, it's part of Orlando's very important history. The Slimmons building, the Bumby building, and the Nicholson Collier building are not obstacles to progress. They are landmarks that are the physical record of who we are. It took 150 years for Orlando to gain the patina of history that makes the city beautiful more than just another place on a map. So why would we put that at risk with a rushed, ill-conceived moratorium? Once these buildings are gone, they are gone forever. No vote and no redevelopment plan will bring them back. We owe the people who built this city and the generations that follow better than that. Thank you.
Megan Core, Joy Dickinson, Brian Wilson.
Good afternoon, Council. Megan Core, 236 South Lucerne Circle East. First, I want to thank each of you who took the time this week to speak with concerned citizens about this moratorium. Regardless of today's outcome, I sincerely appreciate your willingness to listen and investigate this issue with what little time we had. We all share the same vision for downtown. We want a vibrant city with restaurants, shops, and activity day and night. I live nearby and regularly walk to the Dr. Phillips Center. Events like the Front Yard Holiday Festival showcase what downtown can be, but we also see and experience the same blight that you do. And it's not only in the downtown historic district, so I think it's unfair to blame it on that alone. I've followed DTO 2.0 closely and have been excited by its promise, yet some proposals have left me wondering who they were designed for. Specifically, projects like the Pocket Parks and Lake Lucerne, which seem to reflect a larger pattern of ignoring citizen needs and concerns in favor of paying consultants and developers to tell us what we want. We've seen this play out before with the Plaza and 55 West. Now we're going to do the same thing again and hope for different results. There's a saying about that, but I won't repeat it here. With high interest rates and construction costs, what happens if historic buildings are demolished and redevelopment stalls? Another vacant lot for years like we've seen with the Orchid Ballroom? Preservation isn't an obstacle. It's a proven investment through existing incentives and tax credits. I also want to clear up some misconceptions I've heard from council and staff about the Historic Preservation Board. The board is not an anti-development body. It's simply citizen oversight. In the last 5 years, the board has approved every proposal from the Downtown Historic District. We have approved modifications that improve street activation, converting windows into doors, and adding a balcony on Wall Street where none previously existed. To my knowledge, only 2 proposals for projects on Church Street have been submitted since many of those buildings changed hands in 2021. One was approved and one was withdrawn before coming to the board. It's difficult to argue the process doesn't work when few have tried it. The Historic Preservation Officer, who's an architect with a master's in historic preservation, does use the Secretary of Interior standards when working with applicants, but those recommendations can be refused and projects can still go before the board. The board, while considering those standards, is not required to follow them. We can and have granted exceptions in the interest of adaptive reuse and responsible development. Emphasis on responsible. The HPB also has no authority over interior renovations like ADA improvements as long as they don't affect the exterior facade. Growth and preservation are not competing values. If we lose our historic fabric in pursuit of the next big project, we lose the very character that makes downtown worth investing in at all. I respectfully ask that you listen to the citizens for once and vote no on this moratorium.
Thank you. Joy Dickinson, Brian Wilson, Val Mobley.
Hi, everyone. My name is Joy Wallace Dickinson, and I live at 614 East Washington Street. I'm an Orlando historian, writer, and longtime advocate for preserving our community's history. And I'm struck today by how much everybody here basically wants the same thing. We just disagree on how to get there, I think, and also some of us want to be included rather than told to move aside. But I'm here today especially to highlight a letter that was sent to you all by Melissa Wiley, CEO of the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a statewide nonprofit group that advocates for Florida's historic resources. The Trust strongly opposes suspending historic preservation protections in downtown Orlando. Its letter reminds us that the Downtown Historic District, established in 1980, was one of Florida's earliest local historic districts, and there are many others. Orlando's preservation program began 50 years ago in 1976, our nation's bicentennial. And for decades, the city has recognized that preservation and responsible growth can and should advance together. The proposed ordinance would set aside that carefully developed system for 3 years. During that time, some of downtown's landmark buildings could be demolished without the normal review or an opportunity to discuss alternatives and mitigation. This is not a minor procedural adjustment. It's a major change with potentially irreversible consequences, as many speakers have pointed out. Sunday's Orlando Sentinel editorial asked questions that deserve answers. What evidence shows that the Historic Preservation Board has prevented needed redevelopment? What obstacle is so serious that the entire system must be suspended? And why must a decision of this magnitude be made so very quickly? Historic preservation does not mean freezing downtown in time. Buildings can be adapted, expanded, and given new uses. That's our hope. The preservation process exists to just manage that change thoughtfully, not prevent it. Before the city removes these protections, those who understand historic buildings, planning, development, and downtown neighborhoods should have a seat at the table. I urge you to consider pausing this ordinance and establish a genuinely public deliberative review involving all interested parties, including the Historic Preservation Board and Orlando's preservation community and architects. Orlando can pursue an energetic and prosperous downtown without discarding the safeguards that protect what makes it so very special. I know you'll proceed responsibly and in good faith. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Brian Wilson, Val Mobley, Raymond Cox.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. My name is Brian Wilson. I live at 507 Palmer Street, as well as downtown at 1 South Orange, Suite 200. As many people have said today, it's an interesting situation where everybody wants the best for downtown Orlando. And when I think of downtown Orlando, I think of the historic district. My building is at the corner of Main and Main, which is Orange and Central. It's one of the oldest buildings in Orlando. And my partners and I purchased it 7 years ago and set about doing exactly what everyone here is encouraging people to do: the adaptive reuse of a delinquent, underutilized building for the modern use. It was a nightmare. People often ask me, would I do it again? I would not. There's no way the money we spent to make this building reactivated will return its investment. And I think that's the reality that we're confronted with today in a world of rising costs. To understand the process of taking one of these old buildings and making it for modern use is a matter of satisfying the building department, the fire marshal, potential tenants, as well as the Historic Preservation Board. The fire marshal and the building department have very objective realities of what you're allowed to do. My experience trying to navigate that while navigating the Historic Preservation Board was one of subjective opinions about what was desired, often that flew in the face of what the fire marshal or building department was telling me was possible. The net result is I was forced to do things that, and let me take a step back. I'm a history major. I live in an old house. I own an old building. I'm passionate about old buildings. But they do need to change to be useful in 2026 and beyond. Some of the changes I requested, I was denied with comments such as, well, we just don't like the way that looks, or why don't you make this 2 feet bigger or 2 feet higher? Well, in the real world, what that resulted in And in my experience, it's removing a failing awning and trying to activate the corner with light and glass to make it a vibrant corner. And every step of the way I was fought on that process. It resulted in my partners and I spending probably in excess of $1 million to deliver the awning that is there today, which is beautiful. My building is beautiful. I'm thrilled with the way it turned out. But it was unnecessary to reactivate that corner. It would have been more vibrant. It still would have been respectful of the historic characters of the building, but maybe slightly different than everybody's vision for it. And that's where this moratorium comes into effect, is that if you want money invested, you need to be able to have a series of objective realities that people know going in of what's going to be allowed, not allowed, so they can see if it's worth doing. As a building owner, at the end of the day, that's what's going to determine, and that's why I'm in favor of this moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Val Mobley, Raymond Cox, Tana Porter.
Now, see, you've already started the clock. I haven't even said anything yet. And I'm supposed to be able to say my name and address before you start my time. Val Mobley, 226.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.